press this down?
Yeah, you on? There you go. Sit that. It should go great. Yeah.
Okay. It is now 5 minutes past 6. We were waiting for one other individual, but it looks like that member is not going to be able to make it. So we're going to call to order and read the public notice for the Town of Alton Zoning Board of Adjustment, public hearing agenda, Thursday, May 1st, 2025, at 6:05 p.m. I apologize for the late time, in the Alton Town Hall. We're going to appoint appointment of alternates. Can I get a vote on that, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we appoint Mr. Mankus as a member of the board for this evening's meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Joe, you're on board. I would ask the members of the committee and our administrator to introduce themselves. Joe, could you start?
Joe Mankus.
Tim Morgan, member.
Paul LaRochelle, Selectman's Representative. Tom Lay, Vice Chair.
Frank Rich, Chair.
Norma Dietrich, Code Enforcement Officer.
Thank you. Okay, statement of the appeal process. The purpose of this hearing is to allow anyone concerned with an appeal to the Zoning Board of Adjustment to present evidence for or against the appeal. This evidence may be in the form of an opinion rather than an established fact. However, it should support the grounds that the board may consider when making a determination. The purpose of the hearing is not to gauge a sentiment of the public or to hear personal reasons why individuals are for or against an appeal, but all facts and opinions based on reasonable assumptions will be considered. In the case of an appeal for a variance, the board must determine facts bearing upon 5 criteria set forth in state regulations and statutes. For the special exception, a board may ascertain whether each of the standards set forth in the zoning ordinances have met or will be met. Norma, is there any changes to the approval? Is there any changes to the agenda?
There are a few changes to the agenda. Under other business, there is a new business item to request a rehearing to be scheduled. I would just recommend we do that early in the meeting versus waiting until the end of the meeting to try and schedule that. I have the calendar for the town here.
Okay.
And then we can do the other business at the end of the meeting.
Okay, is there anything else?
We need to decide on a permanent member of the board from the alternates that are present.
Okay, so we can do that at the end of the meeting also?
At the end of the meeting also.
Okay. Anything else?
We have someone who has signed up for an alternate but has not been sworn in, so I think the board could decide if they want to continue to have this person be alternate or not.
Okay, we can also do that at the end of the meeting?
Yep.
Okay? Because we have a rather large agenda. Okay, and there's nothing else in terms of the applicants that are before us today?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept the agenda for this evening as amended. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Just as a notice to all of you here tonight, it is a board rule that we have made over the years that, and we try to live by it, that any one that's being heard. Any applicant that's being heard before 10 o'clock will finish that application. But if there are applications that are still pending after the 10 o'clock hearing, we will not hear them until the next meeting. That happened last month, and we apologize for that. But there's not much we can do about it in terms of making sure that every one of our constituents and our hearings go appropriately. So if you see on this agenda that you may be Z2521 or Z2520 or even Z2519, it's very possible you may not be heard tonight, okay? It all depends on how we go with the continued applications and new applications, and there are 4 in front of those particular hearings. So just fair warning, don't want people hanging around for a long period of time if they think that it's not going to happen. We can never know. I will tell you that in between, because many of the members are getting old, we do usually take a 5-minute break for a stop to rest and, in between halftime, I would call it. Okay, so the approval of the agenda, we've done the appointment of alternates, and I'm going to read the first case. It's a continued application from April 3rd of 2025, case Z24-44, Christopher Drozer, agent for Robert Flannery, Alton Pittsburgh LLC, applicant and owner. If the applicant would please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Brunin, and with me is the applicant, Mr. Flannery. So this case has been before you and percolating in the system for quite some time. I believe there are 2 cases that are separately referenced on the agenda in sequence. The first would be the administrative appeal. The second would be the request for the special exception. If the chairman would entertain a thought to take the special exception first, because that would negate the need for the administrative appeal, it may make some sense, and we can just withdraw that if, after you hear the case, you decide to look favorably on it.
Does the board have any objection to that?
Makes perfect sense to me.
Does it make sense to everyone?
Tim?
Yes? Yeah? Okay, let's proceed that way. Thank you.
I think you're all familiar with the property from the prior
Chairman,
hearing.
may I just inquire before we begin here? Have the abutters been renoticed since the original case was before this board?
I can't speak to that. I'm pinch hitting for Chris Drescher from my office. And typically, if the hearing is continued to a date certain at the prior hearing, there's no need for additional notice. But I would defer to Ms. Dietrich if the notice was proper.
It was renoticed? Robin says that it was renoticed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you're,
One sec.
Sure.
So we're going to start with case Z2447. Can you, it's that case for the record?
Okay, so we're going to start with case Z24-47, and then we're going to revert to case Z24-44.
Chairman, may I ask something too?
Yes.
Code enforcement officer, do you feel as though that this is okay to do case Z47 first, then 44? Do you have any objections to this?
I don't. I just think it needs to be noted that it would be formally withdrawn if that happens to be the case
Okay, thank you.
for notice.
Mr. Monzoni?
Excuse me, I'll take the fine. Thank you. $80 a minute.
minute, I'll paint it shortly.
Okay, so duly noted. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, also an alternate member, Paul Manzioni, has been a member of the ZBA for almost 18 years, and we always thank him for his wisdom and advice. We've already put Joe on for this one, so.
Yes, I'm going to recuse myself from this case.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You want to swear him in now for later?
Can we, can I get a motion on
Make
that?
a motion that we swear in Mr. Manzioni as a member this evening?
I'll second.
Second?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. Thank you, Mr. Manzoni.
Thank you.
And you can pay us in Bitcoin, anything that you'd like, no personal checks. Thank you. If you just give us a minute, okay, so that we can go over the application, because the existing application, want to make sure that we approve the application. And we're going to do Z24-47 first.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think this board may have already accepted this application as complete at a prior meeting.
Okay? Does everybody feel comfortable with that? Okay?
Yes.
So we've already accepted Z24-47. So if you would proceed, Attorney Cronin.
Yes, this
May I
application,
call you John, please?
I answer to almost anything. There's one of 8 kids. I was called a lot of different names, and
Thank you,
I have
Attorney.
no objection to any.
Okay, thank you.
So the matter before you that we want to proceed on is the special exception, which you know is one of the items of relief that you can grant in addition to probably your more common variance application. This property, I believe, is well known to you. It's here on Route 11. It's in the RC zone. The table of uses for the RC zone is pretty broad. It includes, as a matter of right, you could have such things as a fitness facility, you could have a parking lot, and a whole host of other things. Regardless of the broad scope of the table of uses, there has been activity at this site. Mr. Flannery leases the property. There's a multifamily 3-unit home there. People live in, plus a parking lot to the side. A local contractor in town, busy contractor that does a lot of septic type work and so forth, has used it to park equipment and so forth. There's probably about 3 trucks, some dump trucks there, and 3 to 5 pieces of equipment that are there from time to time. I recognize there are photos in the record, and when I took this case over and looked at them, it looked like a lot was happening. I've since learned that those photographs depict a period in time where Herbert's was working on an adjacent property, putting in a septic system, so there's some stockpiles of material and other things that will not continue. This is not proposed to be a contractor's yard that would store and stockpile material, but simply a place to park some trucks and equipment. We believe it would be best handled through the special exception process by placing some restrictions on it. My understanding is there's been some recent improvements to the view in the assembly, that it looks clean, nice, and tidy. Those things can always be improved with landscaping and so forth. But we wouldn't be opposed to a limitation on it of not more than 10 units, a combination of trucks and equipment that would be parked on that site. Historically, most of that equipment is in use during the day. It's out about town doing jobs, and it's at the end of the day when it returns. So as far as your special exception criteria, I know they're a little bit more relaxed than the variance, but there's still some things that need to be addressed in that process. And they're detailed in your ordinance at 520 special exception. There's also some additional provisions for a contractor yard. Where, for the purposes of this, we'll assume that the classification is correct by the administrative official, and we think that we meet the criteria subject to those conditions that are proposed this evening. We'd also be willing to do some other things if the board sees fit to try and resolve that. There is one open issue that I expect that you would have a question about, and that would be the DOT driveway permit, which has been in process for far too long, and that anyone that works regularly with the DOT, you know they're busy, they have a lot of things to do, and their schedules don't always mesh with what you're trying to do before land use boards. They have been receptive, they've been cooperative, they've been diligently working with Mr. Flannery and the engineers to come up with a solution to this. We would expect that this special exception would be conditioned on getting the appropriate permits from the DOT as a condition precedent to any final approval. Our hope is that we can get DOT and the engineers and everyone on the same page ASAP, that we have absolutely no control of the time it will take to get that done. So other than that, when you go through the various criteria, is it appropriate for the use? When you look at some of the other things that could go on that site that would be far more impactful to the neighborhood, we think the way it's done with limitations is appropriate for that site. It is in a commercial type zone. There's no factual evidence that we're of that it would be reducing property in value because it shouldn't be compared to what exists. It should be compared with what's allowed in the ordinance. And when you go through that table of uses, as I said, there are a number of things that, again, would have much more impact on property value. I don't want to read them all verbatim, but you could have an elderly housing facility there. You could have a commercial greenhouse, health and fitness club. You could even have a marina there. If you had some water, I suppose it would be a great use to have, but certainly would be much more robust use. There is no undue nuisance or serious hazard to pedestrian or vehicle traffic. We're certain that the DOT will make sure of that, and that's a condition that we're willing to accept. Adequate and appropriate facilities and utilities will be provided to ensure proper operation of the proposed use or structure. It's not really going to be a structure there. There won't be any activity other than bringing vehicles in and taking them out. And there's adequate, again, the water and sewage supply is really not applicable to this particular use. And it's consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and intent of the master plan. I think both in the master plan and the ordinance, this stretch is called out for commercial development, and based on the history of town, like a lot of old New Hampshire towns, you do have residents fronting on major ways. If we were designing Route 11 in Main Street today, that may not be the case, but in this town and many others, those types of uses coexist peacefully and compatibly, and they've done so for a long time. I think you folks are generally familiar with the property and the specifics. We're happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Just a couple of questions for you. You said that you would be willing to limit the use to 10 units. Can you define what a unit is?
Yeah, but prior to sitting down here this evening, I had a conversation with Mr. Flannery about the numbers. He said typical is 3 to 4 trucks and 2 to 3 pieces of equipment that may vary. Knowing that that does vary depending on different things, wanted to give a little latitude so we're not running into a situation where Norma is pressured and having to go out and say, okay, they asked for 6 and there's 7 there. And we think the space can adequately handle at least 10, probably more, so that they're lined up properly, look nice, and the property looks appealing.
You said that there would be no materials stored there. There were previously, but will not be in the future.
Yeah, and I think, and again, I'm going to ask Mr. Flannery to jump in if I'm incorrect, because he has a much broader history. But when I looked at the photographs and saw the stockpiling of materials, I wanted to know specifically what that was. My understanding is that much of it related to work that was being done on an adjacent property to do an active septic removal or repair. There may have been at times where they did stockpile materials, but we will bring that to an end to the extent that it has happened.
So you'd be comfortable with the condition that no materials would be stored on the property?
That's correct.
And then finally, it strikes me, I haven't read the latest DOT, but it strikes me that they wanted part of the driveway removed. Is that correct?
My review of it, and you might have to jump in here, it looks like there's been a lot of dialogue about site distance and relocation of the driveway and trying to find the best place for it. There's a site distance in both
One of their
directions.
demands was that you remove part of the driveway, you'd be willing to do that?
We're working with them right now to relocate one of the driveways to the far right of the property, and that's their recommendation.
Thank you.
Can I go back to the equipment? So 10 pieces of equipment, that would be a loader or an excavator, something in a trailer. Is a trailer counted as one piece of equipment?
Good question. I don't know that would count as a piece of equipment, but
So one piece of equipment could be a truck and trailer combination,
yes.
and that could equal one. So seeing as it's also a storage lot, if I understand, it's just for storing the trucks and equipment. Equipment's pretty much going to stay on the trailers, or will they be operating the equipment on the property?
No, there won't be any operation of the equipment on the property. There'd be no reason to do that.
No reason to. So excavators aren't going to be driving around?
No.
Loaders and,
Most of the equipment is gone, typically off-site, working different jobs.
sure.
So it may come back at nighttime, parked, whatever. Different piece of equipment might get swapped out for another piece, that type of scenario.
I might make a suggestion, and both of you jump in if you think it's not appropriate, but if a piece of equipment is on a trailer, maybe that's counted as one, and if it's separate, sitting alone, it would be counted as an additional unit. It might be a fair way to resolve it, because I get your concern. We don't want 10 pieces of equipment and 10 trailers.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right. No,
I mean,
that makes perfect sense.
If we
to
went
me.
with the premise of 10 parking spaces,
That's
That would
not,
hold
that's,
10
that's,
units, right?
that's probably a smarter way to do it.
if I could ask something, Mr. Chairman. So this, from Mr. Cass, looks like he's from New Hampshire Department of Transportation. And he alluded to the fact that reducing the size of the existing driveway back to the 16 feet, the driveway that would service the multifamily. And then his proposal is to construct a new drive on the other end. And specifically, he's talking about it would allow a better sight distance. And you stated, you're working with them.
Correct.
And I think this was brought up by Tim as well, but so is that a possibility of what?
Yeah, so we have an active plan right now based on the Commissioner Cass's input, put a driveway at the far right. So we've got that plan. I believe the engineer had submitted it to DOT, so we're kind of working that plan right now.
Okay. Because I know from looking at this previously, heading towards the lake, coming around and suddenly having a piece of equipment with a backhoe, whatever, suddenly pull out in front of you on that curve. I think that is a valid solution in regards to sight distance. Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board?
That was the same question I had.
Yeah. Any more questions from the board?
How about Norma? Can she
I
give
have
you
one
any concerns?
So,
Norma, you have
I've-
concerns? Go ahead.
Right.
There are some things in zoning that are required in order to grant a special exception that I don't feel that all the answers have been presented about what will be on the site, how many vehicles will be on the site, where will they be parked.
You state specifically what you feel is not being appropriately discussed and presented.
Under special exceptions for the RC zone, it does say that the application shall contain the following information: size, location, type of materials and stockpiles and other outdoor storage, type and size and number of vehicles entering and exiting the site and stored on site, and the location of parking spaces for the same. Types of maintenance operations that may be performed and provisions for waste disposal, screening of outdoor storage areas and parking areas from adjacent properties and public streets, and plans for dust and erosion control. Some of the applications said it's just not applicable. I didn't really agree with what might be required, but this information is required. Just personally, one day in this one town, there is equipment that belongs to this one company that is on 7 different properties. And the lot over here is full. So where is he gonna put it all? We can't possibly fit whatever equipment you might have in town on that one lot. I'd like to see the total number of equipment that the company has and where they're going to put it. I think that's very important. And the vehicles that are driving in and out are a dump truck with a huge flatbed with a big piece of equipment on it that would fill this room. Those are just questions I would have about what type of vehicle and vehicle activity you want on Main Street.
Be a condition of how many vehicles he would be allowed to have on this particular property, regardless if he has other equipment elsewhere. But for this particular property, it would be limited to that many spaces that he has. And that would be in the condition. And one of the things that you mentioned is I am concerned with the buffer zones for the abutters and from Main Street. In most cases of contractor yards, there is some sort of buffer to protect the abutting properties. Has there been anything to address that?
Well, I'm the abutter
Mhm.
next door as well. And I think as far as stockpile, she mentioned stockpiles of equipment. We've already said that we will have no stockpile.
No stockpiles of any kind?
No, absolutely zero.
But typically, when we have an application for a contractor's yard, in most cases, not in every case, we rely on buffer zones of trees, appropriate shrubbery, fencing, things of that nature. Do you, as the applicant, plan on doing any of that, or are you going to leave it open as it is today?
I'm happy to do whatever the board would like us to do. You want a fence, you want shrubbery, we're happy to do that.
I just limit that with where the relocated driveway is on the north side. It goes in and makes a 90-degree to the left. There could be some shrubbery or fencing behind that and maybe in the front in the gap where it comes in, put some nice landscaping in there. So there'd be some screening. You could do it with arborvitae's, probably look better than fencing, but whatever you would prefer.
Again, for clarification, that driveway facing facing your property from Main Street, the driveway would be to your right?
Yes, if you're looking
All the way
at
to
it,
the right instead of where it is now?
yeah, if you're looking at it from Ruben's store, it'd be to the right side.
Be to the right side, abutting your other property on the other
Correct.
side?
Yeah.
And that would be strictly for your entrance, in and out for your equipment?
Correct.
The other side would be for the building?
Correct.
Can you go drive up behind that building? I've never gone over there.
You can't because
It's too steep.
yes, correct.
So is there room to turn a truck and trailer around? You won't be backing out onto Route 11?
No, absolutely not.
I could just run over the criteria that is noted as a contractor's yard. So there's 5 of them. One is the size, location, and type of materials and stockpiles and outdoor storage. You've noted now a few times, no stockpiles. Type and size, number of vehicles, we covered that. 10 units, 10 parking spaces, we on the same page there. Types of maintenance operations, any maintenance. You have a payload or whatever piece of equipment, is there going to be maintenance facility there or work?
No, so in this particular case, the tenant, he has contracts with the different manufacturers of the equipment he has, and they come do the service and leave.
So to be clear, there'll be no maintenance performed on the site?
Other than if, if a piece of equipment is broken, they may come, he has a service contract for them to come and do the repair and then leave. So it won't be anything done by the tenant.
Okay, so there won't be anything done by the tenant. So if the tenant needs a piece of equipment fixed, because it's broken, is it gonna be done on that property?
There's a potential for that, yes.
Okay, that's,
Could you limit it to no routine maintenance?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
if there was no routine maintenance, so people aren't out there, changing the oil, but if someone needed a battery jumped, or if a spark plug needed to come out to get it moving, that'd be something like under the emergency, quick, get it done, but you're not gonna be jacking things up and doing brakes and all that sort of stuff.
Okay, number 4, screening of outdoor storage areas and parking areas from adjacent properties and public streets. So if you're at Rubens, looking at your property, the house to the right is yours.
Yes.
Okay. And then
The
looking
house
at.
to the left is mine.
and the house to the left is yours, which is the multifamily.
Yes.
And then there's another house after that. And then there's obviously another house to the right after that. Okay. And the last one is plans for dust and erosion control. The driveway itself, is it dirt, gravel, asphalt?
It'll be asphalt.
It will be asphalt.
And since there's no stockpiling of material there, there won't be a need for dust and erosion control.
so, if I recall, excuse me.
Yeah.
If I recall, a few months ago, maybe even last year, there was a lot of, as noted by the building inspector, there was a lot of material, but it seemed to be on the right-hand side.
That's
And,
correct.
okay, and it seemed to be very close to the home on the right-hand side. So what was going on there?
New septic system
Okay, for that home?
for that particular home.
Okay, is that a home that you own?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the construction that was going on while.
That's correct. It seemed confusing at the time, probably,
It
for
did,
anybody
very
going by.
confusing.
It was.
That like there's,
Yeah.
Stockpile materials. But it was specifically
It
for
was
a
very
septic system.
confusing, and pictures have been well noted. But all of that has been remedied.
Yeah, that was the confusion. There was an actual septic system that went into that
Right, but
property.
the septic system is in place now, okay, running, okay? And that septic system would not be utilized for equipment
No.
storage, right? So it would be to the left of, the storage would be to the left of that septic system where the garage is, and then in that general area. Am I saying that
Yes,
correctly?
understood.
Okay.
And what would be the purpose of the workshop? That was questioned last time.
It's really an office.
Okay. So there'll be no maintenance performed in there, and is there septic for that workshop?
Yes.
Questions from the board?
When was this septic system and water line tied in?
Probably a year and a half ago.
Were there any permits pulled?
No. There's water that comes from the other building, so we didn't determine that it needed to have a permit for that.
And I do remember, Paul, if I could interrupt you, the water department did go there, and she approved of it being tied in. That it was definitely a misstep of tying it in, but she approved of it.
She approved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, any more questions from board? Joe, Tim?
No,
No,
Paul, have you got any questions?
No, not at
You,
this.
I wouldn't ask any.
Oh, you're
Being
recluse
with
yourself.
you.
Yeah, yeah. Why don't you go behind the curtains? Sorry, did I say that? Strike that, please.
Sit out there.
I
by
didn't
the
mean it.
seats if you-
No, I think I did mean it. Paul, do you have anything more?
Not this time.
Tim? Good. Okay. Okay. Would you like to add anything else at
No,
this?
no,
I'm
I
gonna
think
put it
that-
to public
I
opinion.
think the board has a good handle on it, and if you have a preference of screening, to the extent that you're willing to do it, I think we could press it up a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Okay, we're gonna open this to the public input. Is there anyone that is in Yep, just a minute. Is there anyone in, that is in the room that is in favor, against this particular proposal? Yes, ma'am. Could you come forward, please?
There's too much of a crowd here.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time. Please state your name and your address, and if you're in a butter.
Andrea Murray, 214 Main Street. I am a butter next to the multifamily.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, finally. This is dated March, but I would like to thank the zoning board members for allowing me an opportunity to testify regarding Mr. Robert Flannery, Alden, and Pittsburgh LCC application to the town of Alden Zone Board of Adjustment special exemption regarding 208 Main Street. I haven't been allowed to give testimony at the first and only meeting held on October 3rd, 2024, as it's been postponed due to the unpreparedness of Mr. Drescher, agent for Mr. Flannery, postponed on November 7th and again on February 6th. I'm just going to reference Mr. Drescher because he's the one I heard talk. It was stated by Mr. Drescher on October 3rd, 2024, that Hebert Septic System was at the location for approximately 1 year without prior issues or complaints. Not knowing town codes, zoning laws, anything like that, I wasn't aware I was supposed to complain, that I could complain. I'm complaining now. Mr. Flannery is looking for a special exemption for allowing a contractor's yard at 208 Main Street. The zoning ordinance definition of a contractor's yard is a lot or proportion of a lot used for the storage and/or maintenance of equipment and material used in a contractor's business. Although the ordinance does not state a maximum number of vehicles or types allowed, Mr. Drescher commented that there were only a few vehicles that would be parked in the lot. Does that mean at least 2 pickup trucks, a dump truck, 3 enclosed trailers, 2 open trailers, 2 bobcats, a bulldozer, a storage container, etc.? Zoning Ordinance 100, Article 100, Section 110, Purpose and Authority E, states the zoning ordinance is designed to prevent the overcrowding of land. Does this mean new construction or existing land? Because the lot is very crowded. And this is after the septic was done. I have pictures on my phone that I haven't printed out. There's always stuff going on over there. 208 Main Street also has a 4-unit apartment with at least 6 bedrooms with already limited parking. This does not account for the personal vehicles of Hebert's employees. Section 443, Restrictions Governing Use B. Each lot for residential or commercial shall have a minimum of 75 feet frontage at the street or highway lines. Does it? I don't know where 75 feet is. Is it width, length? I don't know. Speaking with New Hampshire DOT, they're not going to issue, this was some months ago, before March, not going to issue a driveway permit to Mr. Flannery due to line of sight as is. But that was the existing driveway now. Section 444, Special Exemption C, Contractor's Yard. In addition to all the other special exemption requirements, the application shall contain the following additional information. I think you pointed all those out before, so I'm not going to repeat. As previously mentioned, Mr. Drescher in the meeting of October 3rd stated there were only a few vehicles that would be parked in the lot. So section 413E, parking areas and lighting shall be buffered in such a way to not adversely impact abutting properties. So I know you addressed that. I'm on the bend. My line of sight is already obstructed. The right-of-way, the tree taken down is wonderful. Less leaves I have to rake. I can see better. But I have a picture just from the other day, the 2 pickup trucks parked right at the edge on the sidewalk facing my property. Couldn't see a thing. Couldn't see around the bend coming this way. So line of sight, shrubbery, fencing, any kind of buffering might be a site issue for me. Let's see. Due to the mass amount of vehicles, snow removal becomes an issue. This year, they plowed the driveway, I have pictures, in such a way that it completely blocked the sidewalk. They just put it right in front of the sidewalk. So anybody wanting to walk on the sidewalk would have to get out into the street, walk around the big pile, and then continue. Section 530 variance D states the value of surrounding properties are not diminished. How much is my home value decreasing now that it abuts an apartment and a contractor's yard? And they have debris, they have a storage container, there's debris all in the front and on the side. Looks a mess, it looks like a dumpster. Section 520 special exemption states, C2, the specific site is an appropriate location of use. No factual evidence is found that property value in the district will be reduced due to incompatible land uses. C3 states no valid objection from abutters based on demonstrable facts. I have new pictures, I have old pictures, I have pictures of snow, I have pictures of snow blocking the sidewalk. They don't care. They're doing what they're doing for them. They don't care about anybody else. It's affecting all my other neighbors. He either owns the property or they all rent. No one's gonna come because they don't care. Nobody wants their rent raised. Nobody wants to make a stink, which is why I never complained. I think it looked worse. And I think it's affecting my property value. That nobody's gonna wanna buy my house, so I can't move. I'm stuck.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
Yeah. Have you spoken to anyone in the real estate market that,
I tried, but they failed to do their job and call me back. So I finally called back and I only had 2 days to get us something together, so I didn't have time.
so you have no demonstratable facts that,
I can get one, just not right now. It was 2 days, I didn't have time to get an appraisal.
yet you've known this has been going on since October of last year?
No, because it's always been continued since October
Continued
of
since
last year.
October of last year.
I called, she was gonna call back. Life happens, I have 2 jobs,
Sure.
care for an elderly parent, my own family. I see you guys more than my own family. I'm trying. If other people don't do their job, that's out of my control.
How long have you lived at that property?
26 years.
26 years.
I was pregnant.
Wow. Long time.
It's a long time.
And as you're looking at the lumberyard, you're to the left of the property or to the right of the property?
Hebert's or Reuben?
Reuben's property is, if you're looking at the property
Okay.
from Reuben's, are you
Yep,
to the left?
I'm to the
or-
left.
You're to the left.
I'm on the bend.
You're on the bend itself.
Starting on the bend, yes.
Okay. Anything else, ma'am?
I just want to show one picture if I can. I didn't print it out because I didn't. Um, if I may approach.
Sure.
So this was taken from my driveway. This is the top of my truck. And that's with the tree down, how they park. They park wherever. I can't see.
Okay. Could you show it to the rest of the board? Thank you.
Main Street's 30-mile-an-hour zone.
And then would you show it to?
And this
uh,
building here
Dr.
is the multi-family unit.
Correct.
Right here.
Yes, yes,
That you're in your driveway there.
yes.
Thank you.
No offense. So here's my truck looking towards Main Street or towards Town Hall.
And this is parked?
That's parked, and there's cars coming. So,
Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am, could you show it to council, please?
this is my driveway, here's my truck, and I'm looking down the street. I know they're normal.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else?
It's a danger.
So you feel it's a safety issue?
I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this special exception? Not hearing any. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to be in favor of this proposal, this special exception? Hearing none, or seeing none, I'm going to close. Oh. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Could you come
Up here, Roger.
come up, Roger, please?
Speaker needs to hear them.
Thank you.
Yep. Please use the microphone for the minute taker.
Yep.
Thank you.
So it can all be
My
recorded.
voice carries.
Okay,
I
your
own the
full name.
property, Roger Sample, former owner of the property. I owned that property for 10, maybe plus years. As far as that snow removal, that's how it's been done. That's how everybody's driveway is done. The town comes by, they clean the sidewalk. So as far as that's concerned, there's no issue. As far as that property, it looks better now than it did in the 10 years that I owned it. That it's a good business, and they fixed it up nice. And if you limit them to 10 vehicles, then what you see is there today is what would be there. You know, like they say, when they were doing that septic system, there was a lot of big loaders and everything that they had excavators there. And that's what started this whole thing up as a riled up issue. And that stuff's all gone. Now it's just pickup trucks and, small vehicles. And I think it's, we need business in town. We need not to chase them away. And thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in? We want to see that? Anybody want to see that? Yeah, so that's on the sidewalks. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
may I still speak?
please.
I would just ask the board to review section 520 for special exceptions, what's required in order to grant a special exception, and to also make sure we see the department head review for this property that was submitted by the planner.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to close it to public opinion. Mr. Cronin, do you have anything else that you'd like to say?
I just wanted to add that the pictures that she showed there of the trucks being parked there, I believe that's not a normal situation for where trucks park, because that's the entryway for the residential, number one. And I believe it was because they were working on clearing those trees at the time. So just wanted to add that detail to those pictures.
You understand the safety concern with that and the sight line.
Absolutely.
Sideline is,
Yeah,
But the point of the new driveway possibly would mitigate.
that's absolutely correct. Yeah.
I think the DOT will make sure the safety concern is resolved, or they won't issue a permit, right? It's all meaningless. Secondly, when I was listening, first I was thinking along that boundary, most of that view was shielded by the house, but there is a distance between the house and the road that you look at. At first, I thought maybe there was some screening that could be done there, but it sounded at the close that they weren't seeking to have any screening and preferred it to be open, so.
so, question. These vehicles and equipment are not owned by you personally. They're owned by your tenant.
That's correct.
How do you propose to, if this board was to grant the special exception, how do you propose to enforce those conditions?
Well, we can certainly modify a lease for the tenant and, spell those details out.
We could incorporate the approval in terms and
It
conditions.
would be
into a-
incorporated in the lease
A
itself.
lease amendment, and
in a
then we
lease
can submit
amendment,
that as a condition if
Okay,
you'd
that
like.
certain things are required, because we certainly don't want the enforcement officer down there every other day trying to enforce
No, and
something that, that even though he owns the property, in some respects, doesn't have the opportunity to control other than getting rid of that particular tenant,
fair statement.
It's an issue, okay, that I thought should be appropriately brought up,
Yes, and I have don't want to see this property overrun. I'm seeing better things with this property versus where it was, so.
Well, we all know that that portion of, anybody that's been a resident of this town for any particular time, with the lumberyard and people coming in and out of the lumberyard, which is at times difficult, and can be hazardous. This is directly across the street. Oh, a question I have. If there's let's say a dump truck and a trailer, how does the tenant propose to go in and then come out, okay, appropriately? There's no turnaround in this property.
So that's some of the details we're trying to work out with DOT.
With DOT?
Correct.
Yeah, because I didn't see any way of a trailer backing up and turning around in that lot without backing out into the road.
Yeah, we're not, that doesn't work, backing onto the road. That's a
So
non-starter.
would you be proposing a horseshoe-shaped driveway, come in one and out the other?
Well, we're still working those details to work with DOT on that, so I don't have an exact answer for you just yet. We gotta propose and create something that works in there.
So right now, is there enough room to put 10 vehicles in 10 parking spaces?
Yes,
There is now.
yes.
We need a plan that shows that. We don't have any plans that show that.
Do we have any plans that show that?
To show the 10 spots now?
Yes.
No, we don't.
We don't.
They exist now, though. They're there now, so.
They exist today?
No, the vehicles parked there exist today. So they do fit there, so it's not like they don't.
The vehicles that are parked there today exist today. How many vehicles are there?
I don't know the exact count off the top of my head, but the vehicles that are there are 10 or less.
So I have to ask, if you still have to work out how they're gonna do this, what are they doing today?
They're coming in through the other driveway.
So you're coming in one and going out the other?
No, they're coming in, and the equipment there is that's existing there now is not so large that they can't pull in and then
So,
turn around and go back out.
so the equipment that's there now, this is not a contractor's yard at this point. What is it doing there?
I don't understand the question.
You don't have a contractor's yard as of yet. Is that correct?
Technically, yes.
What do you mean
You've been using it,
technically?
though.
Yes, it's being.
You've been
being
using
used
it
for
as,
But you've been using it as a contractor's yard,
That's correct.
okay? Without authorization to use
That's
it as a contractor's yard.
That's what we're here for.
And yet we have no plan of where the vehicles are gonna be stored.
Yes, that's correct. We don't have one to present to you right now.
no, what we're seeing here is 4 parking spaces in the front of the little shed building, the
That's
storage
correct.
building. That's all we see on our plan.
Yep.
We're not seeing exactly how you're gonna lay that out. Personally, I'd like to see the 10 spaces, and I'd like to see the DOT layout.
And that's what we're asking for conditional approval based on that. Because we have to work with DOT further to
It's a lot of
create
conditions.
this.
Because this has been operating now for quite some time,
That's correct.
and you've been working this, and you have had issues.
Mostly
town.
with trying to create the plans with DOT. They're not the fastest organization to deal with here. But we have had the commissioner out to look at the site. I've had Councilor Joe Kinney, he's involved with it as well. We're trying to create the right situation there. It's not like we're not trying to make this happen correctly.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
There is a requirement for a site plan approval through the planning board for this property. No one's made any attempt to make application for. That's true.
So if we were to approve this special exception, they would need to go for a site plan approval? Or the opposite, they need to get the site plan approval before we give them the special exception?
I'm not sure why it's designed the way it is. I think the special exception gives them a couple of years to get ready for it, but it has been clear from the beginning, it was noted in a notice of violation sent out last August, that there is also a site plan that is required for this property. The property's being changed, it's in commercial use.
We don't disagree.
It's not a secret.
Don't disagree with the site plan requirement, but I don't believe that the planning board would take jurisdiction until you got a special exception. So my understanding would be either a special exception or a variance would be the first step. And when you got to the planning board, you'd have to lay out your spaces and do the plan, and they certainly wouldn't entertain it until the DOT condition that we're proposing is satisfied.
This particular lot, it seems like it's encroaching the Main Street. Is there any expansion of the property itself going backwards?
There is that potential, yes.
There is that potential.
Of digging into the embankment.
And to dig into the,
No, there's the possibility that I can come up from my abutting property and come up into the property in the rear.
One of the criteria that we, as you're well aware, that we have to approve this evening is nuisance, which has to do with traffic and vehicular and pedestrian traffic. It's very difficult to do without a little more certainty as to what we're approving.
tend to think that the DOT feels the same way, which is why they're probably not.
I hear you
Expediting.
with that, but, you know, the nuisance piece to me is smoke, air, light, dust, and traffic is a planning board issue and a DOT issue. So, you know, when you
It's
look at
also
this.
our issue.
Oh, definitely. It's definitely, traffic is an issue for everybody, and I think as Steve Pernoff says, the recognized guy, it's generally self-executing. You know, if people can't get in and out of a place, they don't do it. You know, you see the Dunkin' Donuts line blocking the intersection, people go to the next one. But I understand that it has to be regulated. We're not looking to skirt that responsibility. It has to be done and has to be done right. I would say without the special exception, to go on the DOT crusade first is a long process with a lot of uncertainty. At least if you know you have the special exception, it's worth the time, effort, commitment, and expense to push with the DOT to work out solutions.
Counsel, my concern is, and I hear what you're saying, you know, not having the special exception would, not knowing if you have the opportunity to make it into that. But my concern is, and to the board would be that the conditions that we may have to put onto this will be onerous.
Well, that would be our problem, right? I mean, as long as they were clear, that would be Mr. Flannery's problem to satisfy to your satisfaction. And I wouldn't mind, you know, coming back for another hearing, a compliance hearing, to show that that's all done. And I think the other safeguard for that would be the planning board, because they're going to look at it and say, the ZBA said these are the conditions, did you satisfy them all to their satisfaction? So I think you got a couple of checks and balances in there. And yes, there's more than one or two conditions, and that may be more than usual, but it's not unheard of. I mean, there's a lot of cases where you have a lot of conditions that you need to provide, because your ZBA is the first step in the process, and there's a lot of work that goes beyond that.
So you wouldn't be unopposed to us giving you conditions at this particular time and then coming back for a review, okay, for those special?
I mean, planning boards do it often. I've done it on occasion, not frequently with the ZBA, but when there's conditions that we come in and do a compliance hearing. It may be as simply as just filing the information and showing up, and you said this speaks for itself, or there may be some questions. For instance, you know, we want to see the spaces numbered, or we want to make sure the width is appropriate. And my understanding is even if you granted it for 10, when you got to the planning board, they would have discretion to say, no, we think that's too many, and they could limit it. So this is just to give us the right to use that type of use. It would still have to go through all the hoops and hurdles to get it finally approved.
Procedurally, what happens if we have a compliance hearing and you come back and we don't think you're in compliance?
We're in trouble. We either have to do more to comply, or we can't go to the next step to get it approved. And I worry about the interim, right? I hear the chairman and members' points that this has been operating for a while, kind of free agency, if you will. That's not good for you, not good for anybody. So I'd like to get some conclusion so there's some certainty while we tread through the mud here to get it right. And I think fella in town here and a few other people said this has looked better than ever. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this zone allows a lot more intensive use in this particular site, and it's a good size piece. I know its full development is limited by the grades and the topography, but it's a good size piece of land. And the character of that whole stretch is a mix of things as dense as a lumberyard and some houses. So
How would the board like to proceed?
So we go to vote,
Well, we probably should go right to the worksheet.
right to the worksheet.
Well, I
Thank
think
you very much.
Whoa, I think we got to do conditions first, don't we? Or,
If it passes the
If it
worksheet.
passes, it would
oh,
go
if
into
it passes the
conditions,
worksheet?
yeah.
Okay, okay.
I think it's time to go to the worksheet at this point. We could keep hashing it out, but
Right.
at this point, it's time to go to the worksheet and
10 o'clock's not that far down the road.
Tim, you feel that way?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul? Joe? Go to the worksheet
Yes.
with no objections from?
No objections.
Okay, could you start it off?
Sure. Under acceptance, a plat has been submitted in accordance with the appropriate criteria in Article 500, Section 520B. Say that's a yes.
agree.
I agree.
Agree.
I agree.
Appropriateness. A specific site is not an appropriate location for this use. There's too many variables in this, especially with the DOT and the line site. And the size of I'm all for business. And I encourage business, I think so. But this type of business is not appropriate for this location. So tight between the residents on either side and the type of business that it is. I think it's not an appropriate location for that. It's a tight spot and a lot of equipment coming in and out of there. And I don't think it's the best place for it.
I agree, but for a slightly different reason. I don't think it's been demonstrated to us that the site has been properly constructed to be an appropriate location. It could be, but
We don't
with
know
what's
that.
been presented so far, I don't see it.
I agree with Tim. I don't think it's, I think that the site is inappropriate, and it may, I'm not sure exactly what the acreage is, but it's really legitimately only usable for half of what's on that map because of that steep hill. Now, maybe one day you can take a lot of that fill out of there, but today I see that as being inappropriate, or not being appropriate.
I agree also that I don't think it's an appropriate location for this use. There are just too many variables, not only the DOT in trying to satisfy the DOT, but no buffer zones that would demonstrably have to be either fenced in. I'm concerned about the size of the lot being utilized today, and I agree with the other members.
Factual evidence is not found. The property value of the district.
There was one more.
I'm sorry.
Tom.
We got Tom.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. It's not an appropriate location. And it possibly could be, but unfortunately, and for the amount of time we've been at this case, and you've met with the DOT, you've had the DOT come down, and knowing that this is somewhat of a contentious issue, I would think you'd have all your ducks in a row and say, there's the 10 spots. I actually got them numbered. They're already done in the pavement. I can go to this driveway or that driveway. Here it is. No question whatsoever. And we're still not even there. So I don't even know how you can get the DOT approval when everything's kind of up in the air and you're working through that with them. It's not an appropriate location as it stands right now. All right, Tim.
Thank you. Factual evidence is not found that property value in the district will be reduced due to incompatible land uses. There wasn't a butter who testified that she believed her property value would go down, but there was no factual evidence produced to support that.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree. There's no factual evidence.
There is valid objection from a butter based on demonstrable fact. Of the abutter we heard tonight, and her concerns about the value and the traffic, the vision, the pulling out of a driveway, not being able to see because of the vehicles parked over there.
What did you say? No
Period.
valid?
He said there is.
He said there is.
There
He
is.
said there is a valid objection.
There is a valid objection. I disagree. I think there is no, although one of the abutters is concerned about I don't think it's demonstrated on demonstrable facts, so I disagree with Joe.
I agree with Frank. There is no valid objection from abutters based on demonstrable fact.
For the same reason, I agree with, there is no valid objection.
I agree.
Nuisance. There is undue nuisance and serious hazard to pedestrian vehicle traffic, including the location and design and access and ways and off-street parking. Unfortunately, we don't have and today, okay, without the DOT's input in terms of how they plan on minimizing the safety and the hazard, especially on that particular road, I think there is undue nuisance, but more importantly, a serious hazardous, okay, of the vehicular traffic that exists today. And if we were to approve this special exception, I think we would have an issue with that.
I agree there is undue nuisance and serious hazard to pedestrian and vehicular traffic, including the location or design of the access ways and the off-street parking.
And I agree as well for the same reasons.
I agree. This is my biggest concern about this proposal, and I don't think it's been adequately addressed.
I agree for all the same reasons.
Facilities, adequate and appropriate facilities and utilities will be provided to ensure the proper operation of proposed use or structure. I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
There is adequate area for safe and sanitary sewage disposal and water supply. The water supply was checked and was okay.
I agree.
Agreed.
I agree.
Agree.
The proposed use or structure is not consistent with the spirit of this ordinance and the intent of the master plan. The spirit of the ordinance is the safety and well-being of the community, and I think this proposal doesn't address that.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Okay. So, I believe this special exception is denied.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I'll move that we deny special exception Z 2447 based on the vote of the board.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Thank you
Thank you.
for listening. Could I ask a procedural question just because of the
Absolutely.
concerns on Fisher? Would the board be willing to comment that if we do get DOT approval and Mr. Flannery decides to pursue it and there's a comprehensive plan, that would be sufficient for you folks to review it again? That Fisher case says you can't come back with the same proposal.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to come back with the same proposal, but something different, I would.
Well, if then you get into the semantics, but I just want to make sure that if we came back with a DOT approval and a comprehensive plan with numbered spaces, that would satisfy you that it's different enough for us to reapply.
This board has historically been pretty liberal in allowing that kind of
Okay.
thing.
I believe procedurally it would be okay.
And then on the next matter, the administrative appeal, we'll withdraw that without prejudice too. And we'll go forward and try and take a look and see if we can make some changes and make it better and address some of the concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Z dash 2444 has been withdrawn. Do we need an approval on that? No?
No?
Okay.
Been
with-
withdrawn.
Okay, withdrawn. Okay. Okay, wow.
Joe has seconded the motion. Tim made the motion and Joe seconded the motion, I believe.
Thank you for your input on that. That was great. All right. Okay. Moving right along. Z dash 25-17, TF Moran, Alan Roscoe,
We can,
Um,
one,
Post SPE LLC, Don Sorrento, owner.
did you?
Yeah. They had paperwork from last month, yeah.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Did we accept this, Gillespie? Here, Paul, let me give you mine.
Right.
You got it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, that's it.
Yes, 17. Okay. Did we already approve this? This one? We did? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so, we've already gone through and we've approved this package. If you would state who's here, okay, please, for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Ariana McCory on behalf of the applicant Treasure Coast SPLP LLC. Mr. Sorrentino, and with me is Alan Roscoe from TF Moran.
Evening.
Just to, yes, the board has heard this special exception in the variance request last August. First, for preliminary purposes, I'd like to go over just a brief presentation of just a reminder to the board what this proposal originally was and why we're here again before the board. I'd then turn it over to Alan to present the special exception, and then I'm going to move forward with the variance request. So just as a preliminary introduction, we were here last August 1st, 2024, and we obtained both approvals for our request for the special exception for a manufactured home development park. And we also had a variance request to exceed the density allowed under the manufactured home development provisions to allow for an additional single-family residence to coexist within for Mr. Sorrentino and his family to live and manage amongst the manufactured home park. For reference, the original exhibit plan that was approved last August was for 40 manufactured home sites, one being for the single-family residence that was approved under the variance request. At the time of that request, we were under our due diligence period in purchasing the property. At the time, we were relying on record data to supply us with the information that we had specific to the land. And since that, since that time, we have developed more information with respect to the topography in planning for the next phase of getting ready for planning. So since the time of the ZBA's approval, we have realized that due to some of the surface conditions on the eastern portion of the property, there are significant more wetlands that do exist, and there's also significant ledge that posed some additional construction concerns with where certain things could actually be realistically situated. So because of the actual surface conditions, Mr. Roscoe and our team have redeveloped a proposal plan for the board's review. I suggest that this could have probably have been amended approval, but given it is a new site plan with new layouts of ways, et cetera, we would like to come back before the board to make sure that the board is satisfied before we move on to planning. I do want to reiterate going forward that I believe that all of the same criteria that was considered by the board in August with respect to the elements required for the special exception and the elements required for rendering the granting of the variance have materially not been changed. In fact, I think for the variance, which you'll hear me explain a little bit later, I think we have an even better argument that the topography of the parcel is actually even more unique than we originally thought it to be, given the additional ledge and topography concerns that we've found. So, however, just in an effort to remain fully transparent before we move forward with the planning review, we thought it appropriate to come back before the board. And I suggest that after we give our presentation, you guys, the members of the board will be able to render a significantly similar approval, and I hope that we satisfy all of the criteria. And I think that we have came up with a proposal that is very much in line with the goals of the master plan, and we are developing this as conservatively as possible. And with that, I would turn it over first for the special exception for Mr. Roscoe to present.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. We're back. Yeah, as Attorney McQuarrie explained, conditions were found after we did some investigations following the endorsement of the project plan. So just for reference, the plan you see on the lower level, which may not be viewable to everybody, but this drawing here was the one that was the subject of our August 1st approval. Following that, we started doing some soil testing, detailed wetlands mapping for areas that we didn't know were already wetlands, because we did go far and above record data, and we did map wetlands on site, but given maybe it was July time of year, they weren't really apparent. But following some soil testing, and we went ahead and surveyed topographically the entire parcel. We found that there is some surface ledge over on the eastern half, if you will, of the property, making it difficult to construct the loop road that you see in this area here. And also...
Can I interrupt for a minute? Because I can't see those from here, but.
Oh, you can't?
So you have two drawings here, which is great. But
Right.
they're both identified under the exact same number. Can we identify one as A and B, or top and bottom, so I can follow?
The one on the bottom has the loop road. That is the one that was approved in August.
The bottom has the loop road. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So again, this loop road would have involved two wetlands crossings, which might not have sat well with New Hampshire DES because their policy is avoid, protect. So without any real reason or having to make those crossings, we backed up, took a fresh look at it, and we were trying to come up with a way to provide the same density and the spirit of the approval that was given, and meet all the same conditions that were in your special exception and variance. So, not to go into too much detail, we looked at it and said, you know, the conditions on the western side are very good for construction. So our initial thought was to just mirror the loop road so that the loop was on the western side. And what we found is that because of the topography, we weren't able to have the roadway meet all of the site plan regulations and subdivision regulations. So that evolved into the main spur road, and then we did 3 short stub roads off of the main spur here. And then with the additional wetlands, we found that we had to reduce the density. So we ended up with a total of 38 lots on the current version, where 40 were approved before. And I probably should use the word site area because they're not really lots with a manufactured home project. But given that, we have very similar density, if not reduced. And we are still continuing our soil explorations, and our client is engaging with well drillers and things to do all of the background investigations for this to be a viable project to go through site plan review. So again, as Attorney McLaurie mentioned, we still meet all of the same criteria for special exceptions. And just briefly, I'll roll through those. But
I could ask, so you had 2 less units,
Correct.
And Mr. Sorrentino, you still on the property?
I'm sorry?
Are you still gonna be residing on the property?
That's the plan is, yes. to
And
proceed
what
with the
lot would you
variances.
be in?
So that, right, so it's 38, so there'd only be 37 manufactured houses and one homestead lot.
And your lot in particular is not noted, or?
It's on the, if you look at the driveway on the,
It's numbered 38, sir.
Number 38.
So he would occupy the eastern portion of the property where it's,
Okay.
you can see the drive on the bottom that kind of moves out to the side.
that's right,
Okay, I see it.
right.
Yeah,
So there are 37
thank you.
designated home sites
Got it.
for a manufactured home. So again, we feel we meet the tests for the special exception. The site is specific and it's appropriate for this use because the density is less than what ordinarily might be allowed in this zoning district. This is a low-density approach. Most of the properties in the area are in the neighborhood of 4 to 6 acres, and our home sites will be 10,000 square feet, but the overall density is in line with what's already in the neighborhood. Access is provided from a state highway. As you'll notice, the roadway positioning on Route 140 has not changed, and that was selected because that has the best site views along 140 for turning into and out of the project. It's probably the worst from a construction point of view because it's right on top of a rocky, ledgy promontory, but safety is the issue here. So we also have our DOT application in for review for this proposed roadway. So we meet all the public health and safety requirements. We're providing adequate water through the use of a well. We'll probably have two. One will be a backup. And we are designing all the septic systems for all of the homes. So we are providing adequate services for the residents. We're also providing a similar community space effort that has to be sized appropriately for this development. It's going to be roughly the same size, so it's 1,000 square feet per unit. And he's offering to build a community space for meetings and gatherings. There'll be walking trails throughout the project. There'll be an athletic field and some playgrounds. So there's significant amenities that will be provided along with the project. This project still meets the standards for lot size for the frontage for each property on the project. The overall parcel itself has not changed, so it has a minimum of 5 acres. The density is actually going to be reduced from what was approved. There's also a 75-foot buffer strip around the perimeter of the parcel. That's a requirement. The community space, which I just mentioned, needs to be 1,000 square feet in area per developed lot. The manufactured homes will still have HUD compliance, and the park will remain under single ownership. The next requirement is the diminishment of values. We have submitted with our application the appraisal report that we submitted back in July. And we questioned our appraiser if any of the conditions had changed, and he stated that no, so we included that appraisal as part of our application. And again, I mentioned we could have, on this property, there could be a school, there could be a conventional residential subdivision, which could have up to 38 2-acre lots. The alteration with that kind of a development would certainly be about twice the area of alteration that we would have with the concentrated area of manufactured homes on this project. There could be a school, a self-storage facility, a hotel by right, and with a special exception, there could be multifamily units, 6 units per at 2 acres per unit, yielding somewhere between 60 to 72 apartments. So given those facts, I think a single-family residential style development in this area is much more appropriate. The next criteria is there is no valid objection from abutters based upon demonstrable fact. I assume that most of the people who are interested in speaking on this tonight will be more of a technical issue. I'm not speaking for them, but obviously with everybody's concerned about traffic, drainage, alteration, quality of life, those things will be addressed as we go through this process, following on with, there'll be a subdivision review and a site plan review. Plus, we are still in process with state agencies, being DOT and the DES in terms of our stormwater management system. We contend that there is no undue nuisance or serious hazards to pedestrians or vehicular traffic. And again, our application has been submitted and is under review with DOT. We are providing pedestrian pathways throughout the site for the convenience and the safety of residents. And all of the parking requirements will be met with the site plan review. Adequate facilities we provided to ensure the proper operation of the proposed use. I mentioned the sanitary disposal systems for all of the properties and provision of water supply. And the proposed use is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan. All of the same reasons apply from our original application, that the stated goals of the master plan is to maintain the small town feel. And this proposal maintains that feel by developing the property with low-density housing and with a variety of housing options. In Chapter 5, the desire is that the pattern of existing land use is maintained, and we contend that it does. This proposal is consistent with the zoning requirements for this zone and is also consistent with the existing land uses in the area. And another goal of the master plan is to maintain local groundwater quality and protect wetlands by providing adequate treatment of sanitary disposal. And the reduced density and the preservation of the majority of the land in the current condition addresses that goal of the master plan. So it's a lot to digest, but a lot of this you have heard before, and I think, you know, the twofold reason for coming before you is, you know, the change in the orientation of the road and the location of the lots, but that doesn't change any of the criteria that you would measure a special exception for. So
I remember back, there's a couple of questions looking back in the notes. Dudley Road, Tibbetts Road, there were people concerned in regards to access to and from those roads. Is that still the same, that there's no access to and from Dudley or Tibbetts?
correct.
I would just add too that this parcel doesn't front at all on Dudley Road.
I know it was a major concern last time. I just wanted to.
Reference that there's gonna be a road going out that way.
Yeah.
But strictly off of 140.
The proposed access is off of 140.
That's correct.
In fact, in looking at your spaces, 32, 33, 27, those spaces there, how far are those back from the property line?
From the Dudley Road property?
Yeah.
Well, we have a 75-foot buffer around the entire perimeter, so
That's a 75-foot buffer.
the project sites will be at least that distance off of the overall property boundary.
So Alan, basically, may I call you Alan?
I answer to Alan, yeah.
Basically, we've just moved the project to the left, getting away from the wetlands and possibly ledge and whatever. But you do, based on the new plan, we're significantly closer to the back boundary line.
We are closer, yes, but we wanted to cite
Right.
the home
Closer
properties
to the back boundary.
in the best soils and still maintaining that 75-foot non-disturb
The purpose
buffer.
being there's a 75-foot, you're saying there's a 75-foot buffer zone. Is that all treed, or is that bermed, or what kind of topography is there right now?
Well, that's to remain existing.
Existing.
Right, so the idea would be to leave it as natural as possible, but in those instances where there might be less than 75 feet, we would have to augment that to meet the requirement.
So that, in the back property, are there any abutters homes that are close to that back portion of that property?
Not to my knowledge, no. I mean, the closest would be the Hollows, who were,
Yeah, the family that
Who
sold
sold
it to
it.
us, they have their residence there. And there's a healthy tree line that's still there, and we plan to keep it there.
And just to remind the board, the Hollows were present at the last meeting and they were favorable of the request. And so they would anticipate that
The road that was being proposed to be built and the roads that are coming in now with the, what I'll call the cul-de-sacs, because the road that was coming in before was a big, basically, circle. How much are the road mass that you're presenting now for the new plan, is that larger than the road mass, longer than the road mass? And how much
slightly,
longer is it?
slightly longer, yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Slightly longer, yes.
Slightly longer?
It will still meet the requirements issued by the subdivision control. So it's in the neighborhood of 3,000 feet. I
And
forget.
I thought I heard you say that each one of these lots meets the frontage?
Yes, all of the manufactured home sites will have at least 75 feet of frontage and 10,000 square feet of area.
What frontage,
I'm sorry,
what is the number of the
it's
frontage?
75 feet for manufactured home sites and 200 for single family, which is just one lot.
So for manufactured homes, it's 75 feet
That's the minimum, yes.
frontage.
Yes, sir. That's the requirement.
Criteria that we have to consider for a special exception is water supply to each of the sites and sanitary sewage disposal. Could you address that in a little more detail for the record, please?
Sure. We haven't done any drilling at this moment, but, you know, history tells us that there is adequate space on 85 acres to find a good well or two that will supply water. So
So you would have one or two wells that would then be piped to each of the sites?
correct. There might be one for backup, so there'd be redundancy. But yes, we would need to draw 16,000 gallons a day for the project, so.
And both
The way we're approaching it is clustering some of the homes together, so there'll be 7 to 10 homes that will be on a separate system. So there'll be 4 or 5 larger systems than a single-family home, but enough to accommodate the use. Soil conditions at that site are mapped appropriately, and we have begun doing our detailed infiltration tests and so forth to support that design.
you say you have
We have begun, yes.
approval. So your application back then was the same. You had an application for special exception under Article 400 to allow the manufactured home in a rural zone. And then it was also for variance under 400, Section 452A1. Same application back then.
Right.
Okay. And with regard to, I call them units, by the way, you're calling them sites. So your plan doesn't depict the location of where the manufactured unit or dwelling unit or house will be located on each of those sites.
There are setback requirements, which is unusual because it's really not a subdivision, but just in terms of density, we set aside at least 10,000 square feet, and we applied all of the setbacks, which is 30 feet off the street and 25 feet from the side and rear. So that allows us enough room to place the desired manufactured home that we have in mind.
Each of these, the dwelling unit will be placed appropriately with those setbacks in mind.
Correct.
And when you referred a little earlier to clustering those units, those dwelling units, are you talking about, you would still put them, you would cluster them as to sharing a septic? Is
Correct.
that what you're referring to?
Right.
Okay.
We would take advantage of the topography and make sure that everything drains properly, but just do it appropriately so that every home has sufficient sanitary disposal systems.
You're going to need DEF approval. Septic design is there, right? And that will have to also take into consideration location.
Correct.
Correct. And then as far as the architectural elevations and floor plans that you submitted, were those the same that you submitted when you got the approvals the first time?
Not identical,
Not identical.
but they were all HUD approved, and, after Mr. Sorrentino did some more due diligence, this is what we plan to go with.
I think the original plan was 26 by 52, but I think the actual floor plan, I don't believe I had it at the time. I don't believe I had the actual floor plan, so it was submitted now.
I'm trying to get a sense of what changes, because this is all one lot, right? So it's the same lot that you've already received a variance and a special exception for to build more units than what you're asking for today. And the only reason is that
Fewer.
here is because.
Fewer,
Fewer.
yes.
You're asking for fewer units today than, and the only reason you're back here now is because when you went to implement the approvals you've already received, you realized that topography, wetlands, ledge, et cetera, didn't permit it. And now you've altered the plan significantly enough that the planning board wasn't comfortable with it and said, bring it back to the ZBA, and almost like it's a whole new application. But of course, the legal issue there is you can't come twice with the same application. So whether it constitutes a separate application, or whether, as you mentioned in the beginning, it's really an amendment to an approval you've already gotten, is the thing that I'm kind of struggling with a little bit from a procedural perspective, from a legal perspective, because you've received a variance, you've received a special exception for this, you're doing fewer units than what you got approved for, you're just locating them somewhere else, but that presents a number of other issues that need to be considered by us, I think.
Yes, and I would agree with that assessment. Originally, I did not believe that we would need to come back because I think that the circumstances that were considered by the board in both requests were not materially changed. I think after discussion with planning and with the recommendation of town council, that I think everyone was kind of struggling with whether it was an amended approval or whether this required a new application, but just out of an abundance of caution and transparency for the planning next steps,
Right.
we decided to come back before the board.
I think there are significant enough changes here in terms of the layout that you definitely needed to be back in front of the ZBA before the planning board would be able to act. But procedurally, I'm wondering whether, since it's the same application for the same lot, for the same two things, whether that raises a procedural problem as opposed to an amendment, which there's enough changes to have warranted the ZBA additional approval, but it's just a procedural question I have. But I think we've got enough information in here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you see the comments from the planning department?
Well, Ms. McLean just handed me an email when I was walking up to the stage here, so haven't really had a chance to look at it.
This is
but-
for additional.
This is the one that on 4/24/25. This is dated 3/20/25 from the planning department. And it's from Jessie McGarth. Have you seen that?
Well, if it was that date, then yes, we have.
It's the same correspondence, so that was around the time that we were discussing, just what Mr. Manzioni was discussing about whether or not we needed to come before, and I think it was her position that we
Let
did.
me start it off, maybe, on 4/24/25, the planning department was informed that the development on the property was already full swing. Do you have that?
No.
And
doesn't
prior
sound-
to receiving any approvals by the town, the ZBA, planning board, logging and excavation have taken place on at least 20+ acres.
There's no excavation being done. We only have logging. We have a timber permit for that. The only excavation that's done is just the amount of movement of tree stumps to get the logging trucks through. That's it.
Possibly all 40 acres of the proposed development along with all the dirt roads to carve out all the roads. The development is already to the point where the developer was ready to move additional dirt to start creating house lots.
Untrue.
I'm not familiar with that.
I'm not familiar with that either, and I.
My timber remover is here tonight, Dustin Hamilton, if you'd like him to answer anything.
Please note that there is has been no town engineer involvement to ensure stormwater measures were properly installed, nor has there been any oversight to ensure that development is even being built in accordance with plans.
I would suggest that based on my client's representations, it's a non-issue because there has been no development besides logging.
Well, where did she get this information?
I have no idea.
We haven't seen that. I'm sorry.
Reached out to me. Only the pathway for the logging, yeah, correct.
And there were some logging roads that were already in place that were
And
reused.
I'm sorry, they had to dig test pits for
Correct. We dug test,
DES approval.
right,
Yeah.
we dug test pits for the septic system design. But there's no active construction.
The developer has been informed by the code official to stop the development. Did you?
We just had a conversation with a gentleman that was doing some work. We didn't actually get to the site and see what was done, so there may have just been some misunderstanding of what was done that was logging. Maybe roads were partly down or they were existing roads. There may have been a miscommunication between that. If there's a gentleman here that spoke with us, he can certainly speak with us now, but.
So you're maintaining that it was only a logging road. There was no real development, and probably you're doing some pit testing, you know.
Correct.
That's what developed into changing.
There's a landing area for where he cleans the branches off and.
Yeah,
Get it. Okay, so as far as the applicant's concerned, there was no, and there could have been a misunderstanding. Okay, there was no, already starting the roads and whatnot,
Well, to make the point is, we're proposing our driveway intersection on the hill there, but that main spur road follows the logging trail that was done previously. So, in that sense, it looks like it's being prepared for roadway construction, but it just happens to be the same alignment. So we're contending that no active development construction has
No, I got
started.
stuck in there today with my 4x4. There's.
Okay, cool. I just want to get it cleared up. More questions?
Yeah, I do have a question as far as you're calling them for sites, but there is number 38, which is where your residence would be.
Correct.
Which is now different from what you had before. That's way up in
Because
the
it
upper
flipped,
right-hand
correct.
corner of the property.
Yes, correct.
I don't see anything that's indicating anything. You're gonna have one long driveway if you're gonna be all the way in that corner.
Correct.
So is that going to be a separate septic system
Correct.
and separate water
Correct.
that you're gonna have for your residence?
Correct.
Yes, that will be private, yes.
And that was all approved through DES as far as where the wetlands were and everything was depicted that was a good spot for the lot.
Well, that is pending, but we have started the environmental review process for sure, yes.
So the DES approval is just pending at this point?
Right, we have, wetlands issues that we're dealing with, with Fish and Game and wildlife and so forth. We also have to work with DES on the septic system designs. So all those paths are moving forward. They were temporarily suspended from, say, April to today, but, we're here to reinstate the special exception and the variance so that we can move forward with subdivision and site plan with the planning board and the other regulatory agencies that were working with already.
Approvals, you'll have to perform construction in accordance with a plan, including stormwater management and all that stuff.
Absolutely. We won't get building permits without it, so,
Without all
yeah.
that, and that will take place in the construction will be supervised under those permits. Were there conditions imposed on the two approvals that you obtained last August, such as the approval by DES for septic or anything like that that you remember? The reason I'm asking is we would want to make sure that those same conditions would be part of any approval you might obtain this evening.
I don't think there was,
I believe on this, the signed authority, it's, the only thing it said, I think, was believe access to Dudley Road. I believe that was mentioned in there.
I mean, we have to
We
do
have no
those
frontage.
things,
It was kind of odd because we have no frontage. We couldn't use that road if we wanted to anyways.
but we have to do those things anyway, regardless of whether you make a condition or not.
That it's obligated. Other
Mhm.
state, we oftentimes will include those.
Well, what I remember distinctly was that there would be no access other than the road going on to
I see.
140. It would not be going into other roads from the back of the parcel to the side of the parcels. Okay, that it was only going on, that the entrance and exit to this manufactured home project would only be from that road, no other roads, no attaching to other roads. That was a real concern by the neighbors, and I remember that being a condition. And that's what the applicant accepted. I don't remember any other than the normal planning board conditions, road conditions, DES conditions, wetlands, which would all come under the preview, I think, of the planning board, not the zoning board.
I believe we discussed
If I
parking.
remember correctly, Joe?
I'm sorry, I said, I believe we also discussed parking, having overflow parking, because the lots were small, the road was small. We discussed the dimensions of the road. I just don't remember what we came up with in the end. But we were talking about having an overflow parking.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a copy of the notice of decision with a couple of conditions
Go ahead. What were the?
for you.
Yep.
The required NHDOT permit for the exit on and off of Route 140 to be obtained. There will be no access to Tibbetts Road and Dudley Road, and the NHDES permits to be obtained for the septic and sewer disposal systems. Those were the three conditions.
Those were the three conditions. Thank you. Norma?
And we will have, in the community space, there'll be a small parking area for residents. So,
That's how it was last time.
yeah,
So you would agree to those conditions again? Provided
we would have to do it anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know why we would object.
Mr. Chairman, may I just make one more comment?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think what happened was we got reports that someone was logging and potentially doing some excavating on site. And our regulations just say that nothing can be done until approval. So I think we were hanging on to the fact that there was some work being done. And it just states that it's not supposed to be started or logging or anything is supposed to happen at all until you get planning and zoning board approval. So I think that's what we got that information, and that's what resulted in the email that just said that the work was being done that shouldn't have been done. But I don't know the degree of what was done out there.
This is the first time I've,
Excuse me, these mics don't work like mics in the courtroom. You gotta turn it back on.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, I just want to clarify, I was just informed that essentially he laid out a logging road and had permit approval for that. And it sounds like it was going over the existing road. So there has been no excavation or no starting of the building plans or anything like that. It's just permitted activity for logging.
Thank you.
Joe, any other questions? Jim? Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
okay, yeah, just to clarify, again, the manufactured homes are all gonna be the same as far as size, the 52 by 26?
Correct.
3-bedroom.
Two bath.
Two-bath manufactured homes.
Right.
But your residence will be different or the same?
Different. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure that part hasn't changed. You're still using the same size to meet
Correct, yeah.
requirements? Yep. Right. Just for clarification.
Tim, anything more? Nothing, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul?
No, thank you.
No? Paul, good? No?
Oh, good.
No? Okay. All right. Norma, any other comments? No? Before I put up to public opinion?
You're okay.
Okay, thank you. All right. We're gonna open up to, oh, I'm sorry, any more comments that you guys want to make?
Well, I guess we're just wondering whether we should continue with a variance, or you want to do public comment twice, or how do you want to handle that?
I think we should do it twice.
Yeah.
I think we'd have to do it twice.
All right, very well.
Yeah, just to be,
I would ask that it is done.
Yeah.
We'll vacate.
yeah, I think we gotta do it
Unfortunately
twice.
for the time, just
Thank you.
procedurally, let's do it twice.
Okay, so I'm gonna open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the audience that is opposed to this project as being, as the applicant, as, please step forward? Okay, yes, sir.
Could you please come up, so we can't hear you.
Need you to come up and give us your name, address.
My name is Carsten Peterson. I live at 457 Dudley Road, and I've been coordinating information sharing to all the neighbors in the neighborhood here. A couple of people couldn't be here because somebody had an accident today, but you can't hear me? Is that better? Okay. I know you have a written statement from Steve Warren that he would like to have written up here. And I just received another one from Valerie Justin, who lives on Dudley Road. She would like that written also. I know it was emailed to you, but you say you can't get to your email at this time. So I would be happy to read it, if that's okay?
Yep.
Okay. So this is not my opinion. This is on behalf of Valerie Justin. Good evening. This statement is being read on my behalf as I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting in person. I appreciate the opportunity to have my concerns heard. I'm speaking as a concerned resident regarding the proposed development of approximately 40 mobile homes in a rural property in Alton. Originally, the plan for this land involved single-family homes, but now appears that mobile homes are being brought in. This is a significant shift, and I believe the community deserves full transparency about the true intentions for this property. We need clarity and honesty about what is actually being planned. It has also come to my attention that Mr. Sorrentino, who is associated with this property, owns and operates a rehabilitation and boarding house in Boscawen. While I absolutely understand and respect the need for such facilities, I do not believe that this is the right location. Alton is a small town with no public transportation, few job opportunities within walking distance. This is a quiet, family-oriented area with many children, long-standing residential neighborhoods. A development of this nature and scale, especially if it were to become traditional housing, would negatively impact the property values and fundamentally change the character of our community. If this proposal is approved, I strongly urge the board to include written conditions that specifically prohibits the property from being used as a halfway housing or any group traditional housing. That type of safeguard is essential to maintain the rural zoning and protect the intent and integrity of this area. I also would like to raise concerns about the logging activity already taking place on the property. I was under the impression that much of the wooded area, especially buffers between properties, would remain untouched. From what I've seen, the land has been almost completely clear-cut. If the original plan did not authorize this level of clearing, I respectfully ask that the board investigate this activity and ensure accountability for any actions taken outside the approved plans. Thank you for your time, attention, and for your service to the community. That was on behalf of Valerie Justin. Now, these comments here are my own. So I live up on the top right before the cul-de-sac, and it's sort of an acoustic funnel to all the work that's been going on in there. There's been a lot of machinery going in, often late into the night, And I know that there were some contingencies attached to the first approval here, 3 things that you already listed today: the access to 140, no access to Dudley and to Tibbetts Road, and something about the sewer disposal system. I would ask that you also add some conditions about working hours, because wood chippers have been run into 10 o'clock at night sometimes, and they're very noisy, and some of the equipment that goes in there backs up with that beeping sound that I can hear very clearly. I mean, it's to the point where we can't sit outside in our house. We have to close the windows and doors, and that's not reasonable. So I would propose a reasonable compromise, maybe say noisy equipment can be run between sunup or sundown on weekdays or something like that, so we can actually enjoy where we live. This is normally a very quiet neighborhood, but it has not been so lately. There's definitely work going on that land also. We have pictures we can show you of the clearing, and from, I mean, if you want proof of that, it's very easy to get. There are pictures of that, okay? I also have sound recordings I could play for you of the noise if you care about that. Now, more general terms, I want to say something about the whole idea of building a trailer park in Alton. I don't think that that's a good way to maintain the nice and rural nature of our town here, and I don't think that it's going to add any value. I think we have zoning for a reason, and I can only encourage you to use the power you have wisely. I mean, Alton is not Silicon Valley exactly, but it doesn't have to turn into Route 1 either. And I think you have to think about that, because if we fill this up with trailer parks and storage facilities, then it's going to lose its character quite fast here. Of other things, I have some safety concerns, but that's going to be a DOT issue, and I'm not sure how much of that you're actually going to address here, because it seems like certain things are done later in the process. But the current exit from that route goes down sort of into a hole, and in order to get the 400 feet line of sight that is actually required from the DOT, you would have to raise the road, first of all, which you can do. That would give you line of sight towards Alton. But on the other side, there's a massive rock ridge that would have to be blasted away. And we actually spoken to some of the engineers at DOT, and they say the only way that will ever be approved for that is if you blast that whole ridge off. So I don't know whether that's the plan or not, but if you don't do that, this will be a very, very dangerous road for sure. And it's just an accident waiting to happen, because people come down from the ironwork site and they go fast there. And there is no, if you've actually been standing on the location, there is no, what is this? There is no line of sight there. And they require 400 feet, that's what they say. Now, one of my other concerns is, frankly, the cost of this to the taxpayers of the town. I mean, if you put in 39 or 38 families to this who are renters, it would be fair to assume that we add 20 to 40 kids to the school system. That's going to cost, at our current rate of $25,000 per kid right now, that's between $500,000 to $1 million per year. That's okay. We live in a town that can't pass the budget right now, so just be aware of that. Maybe that's okay, but let's be fair about this. There is a cost associated with this. This is dilutive to the taxpayers of the town. It's not accretive. It's not bringing value to the town. This will cost us money, okay, aside from the sort of reputational damage of having a trailer park, in my opinion. That's my personal opinion about that. Now, I am aware that you have already approved this once before on September 5th, 2024. And if you do that again today, I would strongly suggest that you include the 3 existing contingencies that you have in there: DOT permit for the exit, no access to Tibbetts or Dudley Road, neither now or during construction. And the DAS permit, I think, is a sewage thing. And then I would ask that you include some reasonable working hours provisions in there, because it's quite noisy. I mean, we live up there in this totally quiet neighborhood on the top. I have a huge area of land that we have restored for nature use, and it's been like you can't sit outside right now. It just has to do with the acoustics and the way the land is. It's a rock ledge, and it pipes the noise up there. So I understand that when you're building something, you have to make noise and you have to break some trees and all that stuff, but it doesn't have to go on to 9, 10 o'clock on a Saturday. That's not reasonable. That's about what I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else opposed to the plan? The applicant's plan? Yes, sir.
David O'Neill, 630 Frank C. Gilman Highway, just bottom of the hill from where it's going on. Basically, I got concerns about water and the noise issue. I think when you put 38 units in now and potential of 2.5 kids, I think the state says per household, you're looking at 80 kids. There's going to be some noise there. And I have flown over it, and I think calling everything a logging road is pretty stretching it. I would recommend anybody, member of the board, take a walk through it. You might be surprised how it's been raped. There is very little trees left on it. It's really a disgrace. A lot of us landowners around there have more than 4 or 5 acres, and we're with the protection of the forest, and it's kind of defeating the whole area. Supposed to be country, but not turning out that now. There's several of us landowners that try to keep the woods and trees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name's Jim Ferrandis. I live on Dudley Road. I have land adjacent to his land.
Speak up a little.
So my property technically doesn't abut his land, but all the original property that lot came on, it wasn't abutting land. I think it's important that I explain this. So originally, when the whole parcel was subdivided into 2 lots, which you guys gave approval for, it was the land that we're talking about. This whole thing has no abutting land on Dudley Road, none. It goes from my house to the next neighbors, and the abutting land to all the original parcel has no right to Dudley Road. I was out of town. You guys, in one of the stipulations for the house that was built, is you made him cut it all the way out to 140, so that's where his driveway would go in. So when I saw that, you know, a subdivision with 2 lots, this one that we're talking about now and the original one, you know, I'm a builder. I've been a GC in this town for 41 years. So I'm a little, and I do a lot of high-end houses, so I understand the procedure here. So long story short, when it came to getting the building permit, the town issued the building permit, and the road agent gave him the driveway permit based on a right-of-way, even though he has no abutting property on Dudley Road. So, because the stipulation was the driveway was to come into 140. I was away. I came back several weeks later, and it was in, and now it technically crosses my land. That's fine. But so it forms a big L all the way around this property that we're talking about, and that's why he technically has no abutters. Now, I have several concerns here. One big concern is the runoff. They moved everything to the left-hand side. All the slope goes down the hill, hits the runoff, and indirectly goes back onto my property where there was, it was all pristine forest before this all happened. And I get it. I mean, you can't stop some things, but this was all done incorrectly. So basically, the runoff on all that property, and now that he shifted all these houses over to that side, and the 75-foot, everything he's been saying is not really accurate. Let's just take the no excavation. I would like to submit all these photographs that you guys can take a look at, and I got a ton of them. Can I come up and give them to you? Sure. Basically, he stripped the land already, put in road. He boulders. Now, I've done my share of logging, so it's a little bit beyond that. I get that you have to have logging roads, and we're not even talking about the yard where he had, where initial yard goes in to pull stuff out. Now, I have a lot more photographs. I have to deal with wetland all the time on my houses, shoreland, all that stuff. There's silt fencing supposed to take place, socks, all that, All the stuff, whoever he had flagged the wetland is bare minimal, and then it didn't matter because the skidder went in and plowed it all over anyways. There was absolutely, and it's stripped. There's no trees left. You can see it in the photographs. Those don't lie. The other concern I have is there was stuff going around that they might be halfway houses. I did a little research and I found out that he does have halfway houses, drug rehabilitation stuff. And this, I got this is the minutes from the Bosque one. So, I'd like to know how all this takes place and how you guys can say that this actually benefits the community. It's supposed to stay rural. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if you wanted to come in and put in 4 or 5 houses, decent acre houses, do it right, I'm all for that. I'm a builder, you know what I mean? But do what he's doing and what he's proposing and what they want, it's nothing about, it's just whatever it is, it's money, whatever it is. It's total disregard for this community. And he has, from what I can tell, no permits to do any of this, including the driveway that's being plowed out at 140. I don't know, I could be wrong on that. It's, there's several other factors. I just, the big thing is the water runoff. I mean, he's moved all these buildings right up against the line. He said there is a buffer, Sam, there is a buffer of woodland, but from that to the stone wall, there's supposed to be a 75-foot buffer. There's no trees left. It's a joke. The whole thing's a joke. I really encourage you guys to go look at this, because if he can sit here and say no excavation's been done, when that's what I do for a living, come on. Those photographs don't lie, and I got tons more on my phone if you want to see them, It's just, I'm not against, how can I be against, it would make me hypocritical, right? Because I build houses for a living. I've been a contractor in this town for 41 years. I've built houses probably way before any of you guys did. And the thing is it has to be done right. It has to be done to accommodate the community standards. Isn't that what you guys stand for? And so somebody comes in, they propose this. For whatever reason, you guys originally gave them the okay to go ahead and do this, so be it. Then they changed it all just to save money. It's not really about wetland and ledge. There's plenty of, I know where the wetland is. I hunted that for years. There's enough area to go over the hill and still put units, but he doesn't want to blast because it's all ledge. It's ledge, clay, and runoff there. They can tell you what they want, but as far as I'm concerned, if there's an untruth told, that kind of speaks for your integrity, right? So, and you can see by the excavation, that's a joke. It's a total joke. They have piles of, if you go in, have you ever seen something where the soil was stripped off for logging in those photographs? And the stumps piled up and boulders? They have one whole ledge outcropping exposed so they can start hammering away or blasting or whatever they have to do. Pretty obvious what's going on. So, I could go on, but it's in the halfway house. I mean, that's got to, this thing here states, and this comes from Boscawen, and I have nothing against helping people. I'm not a bad guy, but I just, I just think that all this stuff has to be in the open before you guys can make a legitimate decision, right? Shouldn't you guys have all the knowledge? Well, you thought you had the knowledge. They sat up here and told you there's no excavation done, but there you go. I got pictures of it. Go out and take a look if you don't believe me. They're saving, come on. They're saving, we're gonna have trails. Yeah, there's still trees in the wetlands area, because then they have to deal with the state as they're plowing those over, and some of those are already falling over. And when you strip land like that, the trees that you wanna save, trees rely on other trees in wind. Otherwise, especially on ledge, because it's all ledge, it's all wet. I have pictures in this phone of trees already falling over. So the ones they wanted to save are blown over. They already started the test pits. They already plowed in roads. They already stripped topsoil. They got piles of stumps and boulders and stuff like that. So as far as I can see, in my opinion, I don't think he's worried about your guys' decision. He's already started. So, here you go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else that opposes?
Yes, I will.
My name's Jesse Pauly. I live at 775 Frank C. Gilman Highway, which is just to the west of this property. We were separated, again, as the gentleman stated earlier, we were separated a couple years ago when they sold off that L-shaped parcel. So we weren't notified, obviously, because we're not direct abutters last time, so we weren't able to be here because we were out of town.
When we purchased this home a couple years ago, we were under the impression we were purchasing in a rural area. I'm trying to raise a family in this rural area. Breanne Thompson. I also reside at 775. We have a young family, which we decided to raise in a rural area. Seeing a new mobile home park coming in is concerning to me. It means I'm going to have 40 new neighbors. It means I'm going to have 80 more cars driving on the road, which is already very concerning. The bus stop is only supposed to end on one side because a child almost got hit by the previous owners on that road. So adding an additional 80 cars is very scary for me right next door. Also knowing that Mr. Sorrento owns property at another location concerning a halfway house also concerns me and my family and my kids and living right next door. I don't know that that's what he's going to do here, but that would be a stipulation I would request of you guys to make sure that is not what's going on right next door to my young family.
Part of the master plan, as stated in the master plan, Alton has responded with strong recommendations for a small town feel, which is limiting development, keeping rural area rural, and walkable village areas with a clear contrast from quiet rural areas. And I don't believe that this falls in line with that recommendation from the taxpayers. I know that their limitation of 38 units on this size of a lot falls within the exception for the special exception rules, but the standard rules do not allow for that amount. And if this was to be a subdevelopment, it would require a 5-acre minimum, which would largely change the amount of units that are allowed on this size of a property. Our home is also a manufactured home. It is not a mobile home. It is a modular, but again, still falling within the same stipulations of the rules now. And we still were required to have that 5-acre minimum lot size to be able to develop on that. And I just feel that kind of setting that double standard in the same area kind of impacts us in a negative way.
It's also been expressed that there'll be walking trails around the perimeter of this. I know that we are not abutters, but there is only 150 feet between our property and their property because of the Holloways having the direct access to 140. So my concern is having your walkways on the edge of your property, what is that going to stop them from exploring the woods or 150 feet in the other direction?
Another part of that, as the gentleman stated earlier too, is a lot of the runoff tends to lead onto that side, which is towards our property. We already have our driveway through the wetlands because our property is completely surrounded by wetlands, and that was the only way that we could get in there. And if this isn't managed appropriately, it would severely impact that side of the property. We already have a brook that runs pretty much year-round that goes to the large beaver pond that's just on the other side of our property, which is a large portion of that coming from that runoff from that hill. As we saw just a few years ago, we had all those major storms come through and do a ton of damage in this area. And we were fortunate that we only saw a little bit of impact from this, but I believe that the development in this area is going to potentially negatively impact the way that that water moves. And if we have anything like that again, I could potentially see myself losing my home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else that would, yes, sir?
We're Steve and Sheila Burke. We live at 23 Grandview Lane. We're the first house on the left as you go down Grandview. I think Mr. Parandes has got it right. We're concerned about the breaking up of the rural nature of our neighborhood. Also, there's one thing about that we just need a clarification on if we can. I believe the owner of the property indicated that what is currently shown on the the current proposed map, which is on the top, that his new home is going to be in a different spot. And he indicated I don't know whether it was east or west. I'm wondering if somebody can point out about where the site of that home is going to be and how he would get to it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jesse Polly again, 775. I just wanted to add, there's roughly 50 to 60 homes between the town line and downtown on Route 140. So you're almost doubling the size of that population of homes on that route alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else opposed?
It's a fast point, I forgot that, but it seems like on the drawing that there is one major well shown on the drawing there. And one of the issues, I don't actually personally have that issue, but some of the neighbors up on Grandview have problems with the aquifer being overloaded. So in the summertime, there are several neighbors up there that run out of water. I know one of the concerns that's been brought up is that it looks on that drawing like there's one big round circle, which I assume is the common well for 38 houses. It looks like that's placed right there. That would be an issue for a lot of people up there if everybody has to go out and drill new wells or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi. Hernani Dante Stalazzi, 685 Frank C. Gillen Highway. Hello.
Thank you.
Sorry, Josh. I agree with what everybody said. There are 18 houses between my house and the fire station, which I asked the last time, and you're going to add double that in the next 2,000 feet. How do you justify that? It's all right. I mean, I'm still concerned about the water coming onto my property. My driveway was washed down to Coffin Brook Road twice, past 10 years, I guess. They rebuilt it. It wiped out the entire road. If you didn't drive down there at the time, you couldn't. So, the other thing about log cutting, the loggers, I guess the father-son would log, and I talked to them. 10 feet from my property, which is in the back, is 1,500 feet, I guess. I'm not sure. From 10 feet out from my property, there are no trees. One of the loggers rode by and said they're clear cutting 47 acres. Clear cutting. The trees about this big left, here and there. Where they took the trees out last year, if you go up there, you can see where the water ran through and where they were made, the ruts from the road and everything, it kind of washed out. And I'm concerned that the water from the old beaver pond or swamp that's at the top of this hill is going to come into my property or my neighbor's property on his side if they block it. If they don't block it and it comes to mine, it's going to wipe out my yard and my neighbor's yard and anybody else down to 140. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that, in the audience, that opposes this? You know, guys, really, you should only be up here once, okay? All right? One more time, that's it, okay? I'm not gonna have repeats.
No, I just wanted, one quick thing. I just wanted to state on the water runoff on this property, it sheds down, it goes to the left, it hits a stream, and then it feeds into vernal ponds and I actually see trout down there and stuff. Nobody believes me, but, and so all this logging and stripping that they already done is in that vicinity of all these houses. So that all that stuff, now there's a decent portion of land that it has to run through before it hits that. But there was no, as I said, there was no protection or anything. So as it stands now, that all that water is just flowing down. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that opposes? Yes, sir. Yep, right there, and name, address,
Brian
please.
Dubus, Dudley 407 Dudley Road. Anybody hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I guess to be redundant, but to drive, I have empathy towards having places for people that are coming out of addiction or recovering. But there's a place for that, and there's also services that incur with that. And the fact that there is obviously taxation on the town, in other words, for fire departments, municipality services, things like that. Typically, when you have that many units and you have people that have certain needs, they need certain services. And I don't believe in a rural town like Alton that Alton's going to be a great fit for them, the residences that come up here. I don't know if this is even a subject line that the zoning, you guys actually even address when it comes to usage. I think you guys might just be used for, what the mechanics are of the building. What are they putting in place? Mobile homes, single-family homes and whatnot. But if there is a board or something that is addressed that, whereas the usage of the land being for people coming in from recovery, I don't know if there's another board we should address on that, or is that, anybody have an answer on that? No?
I don't think that's this board, we do variances, special exceptions based on the characteristics of the property. We try our best to listen to everyone's concerns, but I don't think we can mandate
what the usage
who's
of the
gonna be in those mobile homes.
Right.
I think when the applicant came the last time, he made it pretty clear that they were all gonna be rentals. Okay? And he was gonna sit on his piece of property and manage it. I think that's what we heard, wasn't it?
Yes.
And, we approved that based on what was given for us for information. Now he's coming back because evidently he's found that where it was going to be located is not in the appropriate place. Or let's just put it this way, that the wetlands delineation precludes him from putting it where he thought he was going to put it, okay, and the roadway. But this board does not deal with, we can ask certain questions, but we don't deal with that particular part of the equation. Planning board could ask a lot more of those questions, and certainly the zoning officer, okay, will make sure that that the appropriate things that the planning board requires, which will be, I would think, in a size of this property, and you should go to that if this gets approved, okay, to make sure that your concerns are addressed from that standpoint. But one of the things, if you read the master plan, we are very limited in this town for affordable housing. And our younger people have no place to go.
Doesn't seem like our younger people are going to be moving into these places.
But every town and every city in the state of New Hampshire has these issues, okay? You know, a manufactured home would allow certain individuals to live there probably less economically than larger homes in larger rural areas. Now, we have to balance that. There's no question about it. That's what this board does. We listen to everyone's concerns, okay? Whether it's pro or against it. And then we try to make the appropriate decisions based on that. This was approved once already. And we'll see where it goes now, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Could I just add one thing?
Yes.
In the issue of halfway house or whatever, this board does deal with zoning. That's our thing. Zoning deals with uses. It has to be a use that the zoning allows. And I would think that something like a halfway house, if you want to call it that or whatever it is a specific use. I mean, that's just not, that may border on a commercial type use. It is definitely a specific use for a specific purpose. And unless our zoning allows that use to exist there, they'd have to come in for a variance for that. And I haven't looked at our table of uses recently to see if that's something that's permitted. I don't think it is. So I think people's concerns about the applicant, because he may be doing it elsewhere, might do it here. He could only do it at this location if our town zoning ordinances allow it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anyone else in the audience that's opposed to this applicant's application? Yes, sir.
Hi. My name's Rich Kuchar. I live at 500 Dudley Road. My property abuts their property.
Yep.
And, you know, I retired. I bought that property and built a house and retired, planning to have a nice, quiet, you know, area to live in. I spent a lot of money to have my well drilled because the water table was so bad up there. Now you're going to let him come in and put 39 homes, and he's got to produce enough water for all those homes. Now, I'm not the only one up there that's low on water. I mean, I get adequate water, but like I said, I spent over $20,000 to get it. Now, if he comes in, does enough water in his wells, but sucks mine dry, and I don't know if that can happen, I just think it can, who's going to take care of that for me? You know?
Mm-hmm.
My son's next door to me. He had to go down 700 feet for his well to get 2 gallons a minute. Then he had it fracked. Now he has adequate water for his house. But again, once he does enough wells for 39 people, 39 houses, are we still going to have our water? I know you guys might not be concerned with that because you're not living next to it. You know, they told you that the trees, they had a buffer. Well, my property abuts his property, and the trees right up to the rock stone wall that I own have been cut. So when I look down through the woods right now, and obviously there's not much on the trees right now, the buds are coming out, you know, and the leaves are starting, but I can see daylight through them, you know. It's not like it was. It was beautiful, thick woods. And like he said, he's gonna put hiking trails. Well, that's marvelous for him, or his people, I should say, because he probably won't go over there. Now I gotta go out and post all my property because I don't want all these people. I bought it for the seclusion and for my own hunting purposes. And I got some good neighbors that own good parcels that I'll allow them to come onto my land anytime. But I don't want 39 other households coming in because that would wipe it right out. I realize people gotta go places, but I can tell you, I would not have bought that land had I known you guys were gonna approve a trailer park for 39 places. And now, what can I do about it? Does somebody wanna buy my house? I don't think so. So, I hope you consider all that. It's not just, you know,
So, your property line,
yes,
has it been cut? Have the trees been cut right to your property line?
right to the property line. If you'd like to come into my house, I welcome any of you. I'll take you down through the woods and show you. And it was cutting going on late at night. I don't know if it was 10 o'clock. I didn't look at the clock. I just know I was getting tired of hearing that rig work. I know the poor guy's got to work, and he probably had a timetable to get it done. But I mean, when you can see lights coming through the woods, how safe was it? You know, I was worried that he might get hurt out there, but he knows what he's doing, so. But it was annoying, you know what I mean? You're trying to relax after doing stuff all day, and all you hear is that thing grabbing the trees, you know, knocking them over, you know?
Good.
All right, well, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Take care.
Anyone else opposed? Yes, sir.
My name is Mike Elliott. I live at 339 Dudley Road. And I can back up what Richard says. I could bring you water supply samples from my well. I'm down 350 feet, and this is brown as the top of this desk right here. And I have a tremendous filter system. I have to, otherwise you couldn't use it. That's one of the concerns, the water. The other one, where Jimmy Parandis' land is, the way things work nowadays, I don't know, it's all this legal stuff. You take that L-shaped piece of land, could there ever be a chance a right-of-way could be sold from that development through that L-shaped piece of land across his property that he didn't give permission to come across to get access to Dudley Road or Tibbetts Road? I know I've heard it said there'd be no access. No, in today's world, there's no such thing as no. There's always a way around it. When that's written into your stipulations, that's etched in stone. Is that what we're saying? There's not going to be a connector road from 140 through Dudley Road. We got two of the worst intersections on Route 28 you could anywhere in the state. You know, just come down, anybody can come down in the morning or at night, try to get out on that road. It's bad enough now. And so there'll be no access.
That's what the first commitment was, okay, when we first approved it, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
No access on Tibbetts Road and Dudley Road.
None.
No access.
None.
Okay? No roads. And they will only the only means of egress and in and out of that property is on 140.
Okay, so the third thing that came up in the last meeting when we didn't get a chance because you guys were so busy, there's a development down here that was proposed and accepted for 28 manufactured homes. Well, there are now 55 or 57 in that development.
You're talking about the one on 28?
And 28. That's the numbers was given at the, because they were trying to get 2 more house lots. But originally, like this one's now designed for 38, are we gonna come here
I think
5
this
years from
board-
now?
I think this board didn't approve it.
No, you didn't approve it, but somehow that went from 28 to 55 houses. So is this one gonna go from 38 to 68? I mean, who's to,
They would have to come back to this board.
through all this ledge and wetlands?
They'd have to come back to this board.
Yeah.
They would have to. They're going for 38, 37, 38. That's all they can do. And one house up on the hill there or wherever, on a separate lot.
That original proposal called for those 40 houses with a loop road,
Right.
athletic field, community house. Probably, I can't remember what the percentage was, but 50% of the trees are gonna be left untouched. Because we're gonna be hiking trails all out through a forested area. And there's a couple of people said here, they got pictures, it's stripped. And you go into any logging lot, I can show you one right behind my house off Dudley Road, and it was just done. And there's at least 75 feet of trees left all the way around the buffers. And they had a logger, a forester had to mark that. Now, there must have been a forester here. Maybe there wasn't a forester. But if you get a permit to log, you are not allowed to strip land clean back to the boundaries. I believe that's a law in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Of course, they're gone now, but anyway. So the road's a big thing in the water.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that's opposed to this project?
Just read this. We got one that was mailed in.
Oh, okay. We have one that was mailed in. We're going to read it into the record.
This is from Steve Warren. A couple people alluded to this gentleman, if this would be read into the record. This is Steve. He says, I'm located at 469 Dudley Road, which is at the cul-de-sac. I've been a resident of Alton for nearly 31 years. We have welcomed advancements and improvements to our community. The newest proposed plans of this trailer park has raised concerns for our neighborhood and community and question how this fits or is congruent to the master plan to rural living in Alton. One, over time, as newer properties have been developed in the Dudley Road neighborhoods, information has been shared among neighbors. The quality and the quantity of water from our wells, providing water to 38 units via a well will infringe upon our current established property wells that's already stressed the aquifer. If this proposal is approved, we request the access is only provided by way of Route 140, with no access through Dudley or Tibbetts Road. These roadways are not proper conditions for increased traffic, create dangerous pedestrian conditions, and would impact the taxpayers. This is a paramount concern as of May 1st with Zach Schmidt of the state DOT. The developers have not received approval for an entrance to the proposed trailer park along Route 140. Lastly, according to the proposed plans, we have concerns with the calculation of 38 units, where some unit lots are approximately a quarter acre. The density of the units suggests problems for the fire department, police involvement, and living conditions for the residents of the development. In our opinion, this does not reflect upon the master plan to the town of Alton. Thank you very much, Steve and Mercedes Warren.
Thank you, Tom. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that is in favor of the plan? Please come forward. Yes, sir.
Dustin Hamilton, I'm the logger on site. Figured you want to hear from me. Mind if I look at these boards with you?
Yes. Yes.
why we live in New Hampshire. I'm a local, been logging right here in the neighborhood of Barnstable, Alton, 30 years. Okay? I deal with this a lot, landowners, trying to tell people what to do with their property. You have the option to buy it. Yeah. So yes, the buffer was cut where the walking trail will be. There will be fresh stone and hard cap where the walking trail are. If somebody falls and gets hurt because we left debris, you get sued. None of the butters, Mr. Sorrenti gets sued because walking trails weren't properly maintained. Why would we even risk that? That would make absolutely no sense. So, any other questions that need to be asked? Yes, wetland, I'm backing out, all right? Yes, there's pole bridges. There was an area down here, we're worried about the water coming off the L shape. There's catch basins in here. The engineer's done a great job with that. That's why he's an engineer. Make sure these things are taken care of. As far as the wetlands over here, there's one spot where we crossed with the pole bridge being up. We mentioned, we rectified it immediately. We laid down hay, cleaned it up, everything was done. If you want to take a walk, that's fine. Bring your measuring tape, check it out. Trees left, no stipulation, as long as it's healthy tree every 40 to 50 feet. So if there's anything else that I didn't answer, please ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else you guys would like to hear?
Anybody else in favor of the project?
Thank you. Joel Arsenal, Stockbridge Corner Road, 20 or so years here in Alton. Thank you for that, Mr. Logger guy. It's very appreciated. A couple of things. Mobile homes, and thank you for correcting that, or trailer park, right? It's manufactured homes, and I think the difference is astonishing in what they're trying to create. My facts are centered more around sort of workforce initiative, retirement, and in fact, trying to keep Alton, vibrant and alive, right? Business proponents and those sorts of things. There's been no mention, and as one of you pointed out, a sober house is not a thing. That's not planned to be happening here. So set the record straight on that. So just a couple of things. Right now, Belknap County's housing vacancy rate is about 0%, which indicates an urgent need for additional housing options. My business is up in Guilford. I happen to be on the Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce board. We had a meeting a few months ago with other local business owners. Finding people to hire, as many people know, is a significant issue. Young people move out of the state and especially move out of the area. And one of those reasons is they can't afford to buy homes here because, well, the median price is, I think, well over $500,000 in Alton for a single-family home. Rising rents, the median rent of a two-bedroom unit in Belknap County increased by 44% between 2019 and 2024. It's about $1,500 a month. Bringing in young families, adding to the vibrancy of the community, to the school, where you see the population dwindling, where the school district had to employ a strategy to try to get people from other towns to come in, right, through the tuition program. I'm not sure the formal name of that. The manufactured homes, a cost-effective solution, getting those young families in. They can go to the various businesses in the surrounding towns and even here to now be employees where they don't have to drive from Manchester or Nashua, where there's larger populations of younger people and obviously more affordable housing. And Belknap County has one of the oldest populations in Hampshire, average age of 48.3. These are all facts. You can look them up. I'm not making stuff up. Labor shortage. New Hampshire faces a projected shortfall of nearly 191,000 workers in key occupations over the next decade, including healthcare, education, and skilled trades. So what's the town going to look like? What's ACS going to look like? People threw a fit when we changed the mascot a couple years ago. Imagine what they're going to do when we have to merge and, right, join other towns and have sort of a Prospect Mountain High School situation, but for elementary schools. So we need to create places for young, vibrant families to come, be employees, grow their families, earn those incomes so that they too can then move into maybe more permanent homes of themselves and create, continuing to create our community here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in favor? Sorry, favor of the project? Yes, sir.
Hi, Alex Casal. I live on 842 Suncook Valley Road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for hearing my testimony. So I'm in favor of it. Been a resident for 20 years, a little over 20 years. Rented for 2 or 3, saved up, built a house. And over the 20 years I've lived here, I've volunteered a ton for the town. I've coached for over 10 years, rec level soccer, basketball, baseball, softball for my 3 kids. I coach for ACS, but I don't work there. I work for the somewhere else. So I've done a lot of volunteering over the past 10 years. The reason I bring that up is I couldn't afford to move here today, you know, with the housing costs how they are now. So I would be living somewhere else, volunteering my time, helping the community, helping the kids, if it was, you know, today that I was looking to move here. And the reason I brought that up is because a family, a friend, my youngest son had to move out when he was in 2nd grade. Mom got divorced, couldn't afford to live in Alton, took her kids, they moved to Pittsfield. You know, he was very upset. I said, he can always, you know, come on our teams. You know, you're friends with all the kids, you can keep coming back. So we kept coming back for our teams. She moved to Barnstead at a rental, lived there for 2 years, just contacted me this past winter after an indoor soccer game that I was coaching, and he was on it, and said, hey, I want to move back to Alton. You know, my rental, you know, the lease is coming up. So I contacted everybody that I knew, the people that own the I don't know if it's a trailer park or if it's a, you know, the one down on Heron Road on Route 11. Do you have any openings? No, we have no openings. So she found a couple rentals, but it was for like a 2 or 3 bedroom. It was like $2,600. She's like, I just can't afford that. So she moved to Pittsfield. So people want to live in this town because it's a great town, and they want their kids in the school system, but they just can't afford it. So, you know, that's pretty much what my personal experience, and I know that I wouldn't be able to afford to live here now. I own 7 acres. My neighbor owns 18 acres, and it wraps around the back of my property. If he was, you know, logging or clear cutting, I'm not going to go and trespass on his property and take a bunch of photos and accuse him of building something or saying he's going to build a sober home. I would have just gone and knocked on his door and said, hey, what's up? You know, what are you doing? You know, what are you building? Let's talk about that. I think that, you know, extending that courteous hand and just having a conversation goes a lot longer than just coming in front of a board and just saying, oh, well, you know, he owns a sober house somewhere else, so this is what we're going to have to deal with in this town. Just talk to him. Just be neighborly and ask what he's doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience in favor of the project? Yes, ma'am.
So hi, my name's Carolyn. I live on the corner of Stockbridge and Dudley Road. And we're talking about having quality housing, right, in the town, which I totally get. My son and my daughter just moved from here to North Carolina to find something more affordable. But it's really not that much cheaper. They still have to pay $2,600 in rent. So it's not just a problem in Alton, right? It's across the country. But I came here 12 years ago. I escaped a mobile home park, okay, to live in the countryside. Be careful what you ask for or what you give for. If we're trying to get quality, affordable housing, who are we attracting to this community? We're a great community. People love coming to Alton to do the things. We can't even go down to the bay in the summer because it's just it's flourishing. and I don't want to be bothered with that. We also had a cottage on Half Moon Lake and finally got rid of that after many years. And we just want it to be quiet and secluded. But be careful what you say yes to, because it opens up a lot of opportunities and doors to eventually become a mobile home park that can turn into what you thought was affordable housing, but low income. And that attracts a certain kind. And we're all concerned, of course we are, because we can see that coming in the future, no matter, despite what great intentions might bring. And we can ask that of different mobile home parks around the area, because they all started with great intentions. Well, what happens with this park? We have a single owner. He decides to sell. Then what? What happens then? Who takes care of the renters? Where's that stipulation? See, you got to think about in the long run, right? It's not just about the here and now. I respect the decision to have that affordable housing, but maybe this is not the opportunity, the time, or the place, and to really think about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did ask anybody that was in favor. That didn't sound, ma'am, like you were in favor of the plan. Okay, but go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. My first time up. Thank you. Corinne White, Heron Point Road. One of those people. I live in a mobile home park. Master's degree teacher, and the only way I could afford to pay those student loans back was to buy a mobile home. We also have in the mobile home where I live, there's either 5 or 6 veterans that live there because that's the only housing that they can afford. And so we have our 5 or 6 veterans that live there. We have 21 year-round homes, and it's a very lovely community. I'm there with my kids and my husband, and I wouldn't be there if it wasn't nice. And so the affordable housing is what we need to bring families in. If we want to keep Alton alive and keep it going, yes, that's what we need. Sorry, my heart's going to jump out of my chest. I'm done now.
Thank you. Anybody else in favor of the plan proposal? I will in a minute. Okay, we got to get through public opinion. Unless you're a resident of Alton, no? Okay, all right. We could have brought the mic over to you, Roger. I mean, come on.
Now, I'm not speaking for or against. I'm just here because a lot of people were mentioning, the flow of water, and watershed is a planning board issue. The engineers deal with every bit of impermeable, when it falls on the roof, they put it in a hole. So as far as the water is concerned, that's a planning board issue.
Thank you, Roger. Anyone else in favor of the project? Not, I'm going to close public opinion. Public session is closed. Okay, the applicant may come up again, please. And any points that you would like to make, okay, concerning the opposition or in favor, we would welcome that.
Just in the interest of brevity, I'm going to kind of go down some bullet points here. So I'm not even going to address the concerns regarding the halfway house or whatever that may be, because that's clearly not what we're here to propose tonight. I will say that with respect to whether or not there's concerns about water and runoff concerns, erosion, and things of that nature, I think the planning board is equipped to deal with that. But I also want to remind the board that this proposal is a very conservative way to develop this property as opposed to some of the other uses that would otherwise be allowed and permitted under the ordinance. I think there was a representation about a 5-acre subdivision, and it's actually 2 acres. And I think that, you know, if we were to develop it in that way, that would be about 40 acres of disturbance where otherwise we're proposing 16. So it's actually a better outcome for any runoff or water concerns from my perspective when you're talking about actually less disturbance to the land. I think while there's been many concerns for the abutters, and I respect the opinions of those, I think there have been a lot of opinion-type evidence and really no demonstrable facts about some of the concerns with erosion and safety or otherwise property values. And I think that we have submitted our appraisal report about that there will be no diminishing property values. And I just do also want to reiterate that under the master plan's intent, there is an interest in creating more opportunities for different types of housing. And as people have recognized and stated, there is a need for housing, not only in New Hampshire, but Alton specifically. And this is an opportunity to have, whether you want to call it low income, it's middle income housing. These are, you know, they're not cheap homes, but they will provide opportunities for people that can't otherwise afford a single family residence in Alton to raise a family in Alton. Just one final point, I believe that one of the first abutters or commenters was talking about Mr. Sorrentino not having any reason to make it nice or something along those lines. But I just want to reiterate for the board, Mr. Sorrentino and his family have been living in Alton for over 15 years, maybe more than that. And they continue to want to do that, and they're moving on to that parcel. So I would suggest they have all the interest in the world to keep the manufactured home development in, they're going to own it, and they want to live amongst it in a way that's suitable for them as well.
Thank you. Any other comments by the?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Alan Roscoe again from TF Moran. Yeah, just to reiterate, don't want to get too far into the weeds, but there's been an overtone or an undertone. This is a manufactured home project. It's a development. It's allowed in Alton zoning with this special exception, and it has to meet certain criteria. It will not be mounted on wheels. It'll be built on a slab foundation. It's a stick-built, climate-controlled construction element brought to the site, and for all intents and purposes, it looks like it was built on site. So it meets all of the requirements, housing and urban development requirements. That's one of the standards in your code, and that's what is intended to build here. So any inference that negative, or so be it, it's not going to be a different kind of development than what's proposed. And if it were, then we would be asking for something different. And again, I appreciate all the concerns about development in the area, runoff, water supply, septic systems. You know, those things will be managed by the regulatory agencies that are in charge of those items. So, you know, with that, I will just leave that alone. But, you know, we're here. We have a proposal that has been endorsed by this board in a fairly reasonable shape. We have two things that changed. That was wetlands and the prevalence of surface ledge. We are asking to amend that approval or to have a new approval given for an alternative layout to fewer homes than was originally approved. And there'll be, just so this is clarity, it's not 70, it's not 39, it's 38 total homes. So there's 37 manufactured homes and 1 single-family residence for a responsible owner.
Thank you.
The only other comment that I'd like to address is there seemed to be a lot of concern over wells and the fact that there's not a lot of water up on top of the mountain apparently that I wasn't aware of. But there's only going to be 2 wells, okay, 1 primary well and a backup well. If we did develop this as all single-family homes, there'd be 40 wells on that property. So that would be a much larger impact to the neighbors and possible interference with any aquifers up there. And then there also seems to be a big concern about drainage. We're going to have drainage ponds that are state approved, and filters to catch sediment. There'll be better drainage on this property than the state does on 140. And we've all seen how well that held up a couple years ago. So that's all I have. Thank you.
So, just so that I'm clear on it, so your proposal is to do one main well and then maybe an alternate well?
Yeah, because we're going to have a water facility with a holding tank and probably backup
So-
power, et
So you
cetera.
would have a reasonably large holding tank for all 37 homes?
Right, and I think the regulations will require that we have a backup, given the volume of water
Sure.
we're being expected to draw, so.
Sure.
And we cited the well, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
sorry?
We cited the well because it's near a wetland area on our site, and it's near the top of the hill, so it's in the higher elevations, if you will. So for us to affect neighbors by drawing excessive water, we would have to be very, very, very deep to do so.
Okay. Anything else?
Not at this time.
Any other questions from the board? Any comments? Shall we go to the,
A couple of comments, if I could, before you get to the worksheet.
oh, yes, please.
Because I will not be voting, because then it'd be six of us, so you probably voting, but before we get to that, couple of things. My understanding was the same as the gentleman who did the logging, and that is that if you own property, you get to clear cut it. It's not something the town regulates. You could be doing it anyway with or without this project. I think it's worth considering too that if this wasn't happening, he'd be permitted to seek a subdivision and involve 40 acres. But the main comment I want to make is that this kind of highlights the procedural problem, because if this were an amendment application, I don't think this board or even the public could consider what the board has already determined. And that is, the board would be focusing on the changes only. So we would address ourselves to, do those changes cause the board to make a different decision than the decision the board has already made? But because the applicant brought it as a full-on application, we're hearing public comment on every issue, extending beyond the issue of the changes that were made. So I think in the first instance, the board has to consider how you're going to address this. Are you going to focus on just the change? You've already made a decision approving these two applications previously. I don't know of any legal procedure that allows you to throw that out the window, or that allows the applicant to come back and have a second application that's already been decided, other than amendment. So I think in the first instance, from a legal perspective, it has to be determined, is the board just going to focus on the changes of the plan and whether those provide grounds for denial or approval of these applications? Or is the board going to start from scratch and consider the whole project again, since that's what the applicant and the public dealt with this evening? So I think in the first instance, as you deliberate, you have to make a determination of what is procedurally correct legally to address what's in front of you, rather than start from scratch. Or maybe you do start from scratch. On the one hand, the applicant brought a new application, but I don't think the applicant had the right to bring the same application twice. So you've got a legal dilemma here that I think needs to be addressed, so you do this correctly, and it can always be appealed or taken to the Superior Court, depending on how you make that decision. So I just want to point that out before you begin.
Well, that's just wonderful. Thank you. But,
If I could.
go ahead, Jim.
I appreciate that, Paul. I think overall, this case was approved on both cases for a special exception and a variance back in August. Credit to the applicant to come here before the public and have it posted and have everybody attend again with full transparency, as you've noted 3 times. and restating the case. And I think we should vote specifically on the changes. We've already approved the previous proposal. Now it's a vote specifically on these changes. And I think it was also, we had, I would say maybe about a third of the abutters come last time with all similar concerns. And it's always good to hear from the public, pro and con, because we don't always have all the answers. And that's what this is about, is community. So there was a lot of great input on both sides. And I think that was also value added for everybody's behalf, even the developers, seeing what their community around them is like and how they should deal with this going forward. So my point is to go with, we're just going to vote on the changes at hand, because the proposal in itself was already passed. That's my point.
I would advocate asking the applicant which way they would like to go, because they're the ones who will be most impacted by any appeal from whatever decision is made this evening. So if they would be comfortable going forward with an amendment, we can do that. If they're more comfortable from a legal perspective concerning appeal and would like it considered de novo, then I think we can do that.
The only thing about that is, if they said they want to do the whole application, I don't know whether they have a legal right to bring the same application again. It's already been decided.
Because there's insufficient changes, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think because it isn't a brand new application. It's really changes to the thing that was already approved. It's a very interesting legal question.
And I'd hate to have that decided by our superior court.
Well, right, exactly. So maybe the question for the applicant is, and maybe the board has the authority with the applicant's consent to treat this as an amendment application as opposed to a de novo application, which would then restrict the board's consideration of the changes and make a determination whether those changes prevent the applications from being approved or whether those changes allow the applications to be approved.
Just from a procedural perspective, if we do make it an amendment, should we still go through the worksheets?
I think you do. I think in determining whether the amendments allow the approval or don't allow the approval, the criteria that are in the worksheet have to be used.
Counsel, do you want any input on this?
Absolutely. So originally, I was pushing for this to be just an amendment, and I was given significant pushback that this should be a new application. And we're just grabbing the words of the special exception that was kind of relied upon. I think reasonable minds can agree or disagree on what material changes are. Are there significant changes under Fisher to bring a new application? I would say under Fisher, the Supreme Court's never decided, they've never applied the Fisher doctrine to things that have already been approved. So that is kind of a legal oddity in that sense.
In other words, it's applied to things that have been denied.
Yes, sir. So
right. The applicants are always coming back after they've been denied to get another bite at the apple. And in Fisher, the Supreme Court doesn't permit that once it's been determined. Right?
Yes. That's my interpretation. And after looking into that, and I did look into that, I disagreed with the fact that we needed to bring a new application, but we did so, again, to have transparency and bring it all before the board. I would be happy to treat this as an amendment. I think that's what it is. I don't think that there's, I think in terms of what was considered in the first time for both the special exception and the variance, what I think people were hanging their hat on, there was something in the ordinance itself that said that the site plan that was considered, and I believe it was, I'm not going to say who it was, someone at the town's level had told us that because the plan that was reviewed by the board was a different plan and a different proposal, it was a whole new application. I did not agree with that, but I could also see, again, where reasonable minds could disagree. I'm comfortable with going forward as an amendment and considering it as an amendment just to, with surety, avoid any Fisher-type arguments. I don't necessarily think that Fisher applies in this situation because it is a granted, approval. But I am comfortable with going forward as an amendment if the board is comfortable with allowing.
I move then that we consider application, how's the number?
Z25-17.
Z20, thank you, Z2517, that we consider it as an amendment to the previously approved application.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, that goes unanimously. Okay, that we're gonna make it an amendment to the original,
Yes.
Yes.
plan.
We'll still do the worksheet, but considering only the amended
And
portion.
we're gonna go to the worksheet, okay, which, on the special exception, right? Okay.
Have two applications being amended, yeah.
Right. Okay. So let's, Tom, would you start with
Sure.
the special exception?
Plat has been submitted in accordance with the appropriate criteria in Article 500, Section 520B. That would be yes.
Agreed. Agreed.
Appropriate. Specific site is an appropriate location for this use. This is an allowable use by special exception in a rural zone. This is on 140, and it appears to me that this is an appropriate location for this.
I agree.
Agreed. I agree.
Agree.
I get enough on it.
Factual evidence has not found the property value in the district will be reduced due to incompatible land uses. The land use here is residential and the property around it is residential.
I agree.
I agree.
Agree.
Agree as well.
There is no valid objection, although there were a number of objections, but based on demonstratable facts of, from the abutters. Although there were a number of objections duly noted, it was not a demonstratable fact that I could find, okay, that's valid.
I agree.
I agree for the same reason.
I agree. Most of the objections we heard this evening did not have to do with the amendment that's before this board, but rather with the issues having to do with the entire project, and they're not valid.
There is no undue nuisance, serious hazard to pedestrian and vehicular traffic, including the location and design of access ways and off-street parking. This will all have to be approved by DOT in regards to any access road, which has been specifically reviewed to just be that one access point in and out. So I do not believe there's any undue nuisance.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree, and I add that the DOT will still need to be probably involved in.
They will be.
I'm sorry?
Just agreeing with you, and they will.
And, okay, the DOT will have to be involved in it, and they will determine more seriously if there's any hazard to pedestrian vehicular traffic. So I agree.
Facilities, adequate and appropriate facilities and utilities will be provided to ensure the proper operation of the proposed use or structures. Again, this will all be going to the planning board and approvals by DES and proper utilities.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Agree.
There is adequate area for safe and sanitary sewage disposal and water supply. The applicant has indicated how that will be physically accomplished. The DES will have to test all of those assumptions before they approve. So I agree with this.
I agree.
I agree.
Agree.
Agree with that as well.
Intent, the proposed use or structure is consistent with the spirit of this ordinance and the intent of the master plan. Just gonna leave it at that. I agree.
it is.
I agree, and I'll add that the master plan, it's considered, the intent of the master plan very heavily weighs on the fact that this town needs different and affordable housing.
I agree.
I agree as well. Again, this is allowable use in the zone by special exception. That is not the master plan to follow the ordinance. And the master plan is to conserve the community and allow the community to grow, flourish in business and in housing.
I agree.
Okay, who's going to make the proposal? Because what I want to make sure that we get in that this is an amendment and all the conditions of the original plan needs to be abided by the applicant from the original acceptance, which were, I believe, three conditions, okay? I just want to make it clear that it automatically includes those three conditions.
I was actually just going to second what the chairman said as a motion. You just made the motion.
I just made the motion? Okay, somebody want to second it, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay, this passes
Go right to the
unanimously.
variance.
Okay, let's go to the variance. Thank you very much. Variance Z 25-17, variance. Yes, please.
The variance will not be contrary to public interest.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Spirit of the ordinance. The request is in harmony with the spirit of the zoning ordinance and the intent of the master plan, and with the convenience, health, safety, and character of the district within which it is proposed. Again, like we said in the special exception, that this is allowable by special exception in the rural zone for the ordinance, and with the master plan, it follows the guidelines of our master plan for the town of Alton.
I agree.
I agree. I agree.
Agree.
By granting the variance, substantial justice will be done. The benefit to the applicant far outweighs any detriment to the people of the town.
I agree.
I agree.
Oh, I agree.
I
Sorry.
agree.
Agree.
Value of the surrounding properties. The request will not diminish the value of the surrounding properties. I think the size of the lot and the distance should, I don't think it'll affect the value of the surrounding properties.
There was no,
It's up to you to value the.
I agree that there was no diminishing the value of the surrounding properties. There was no information presented that we would think otherwise concerning it.
I agree.
I agree as well. I didn't see any evidence brought to us that anything would diminish the value of any surrounding.
I agree.
For purposes of this
Sorry to
subparagraph,
interrupt.
unnecessary.
Hold on.
I just want to be clear that we moved to accept the amended application for the variance, and we're moving on to.
Yes.
And that the board is considering all the facts presented from the special exception from the last time as the amended request.
Yeah.
And any
That's correct.
supplemental. Thank you just for the record.
Correct, Counsel.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Okay, may I proceed? Thank
Yes,
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't stop.
Hardship. I hate this one, okay? Purposes of the subparagraph, unnecessary hardship means that owing to special conditions that the property distinguishes it from other properties. No fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public's purposes of the ordinance and the specific application of the property. Yes. And the proposed use isn't a reasonable one. Yes.
I agree.
Mr.
to you, Paul. I agree.
I agree.
I agree. I agree to both.
Okay. Having seen it appears to be unanimous, I'll take a motion.
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve KZ 25-17 for a variance.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nay? Nobody? Okay, that has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Sorrentino, please make sure the water and buffer zones. Huh? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we take the old guy's 5-minute midterm break?
What's an old guy, 5-minute break?
Okay, we're gonna take a 4.5-minute break, okay? Yeah, I saw that. Already did. Already did.
Because we're not gonna reach him anyway. What do you think?
Oh, okay, so I'll,
Yes.
yes. Yeah, go ahead, it's set up. Okay. Yeah.
Guys will ask him if he wants to continue speaking.
Yeah, he's part of this.
Yeah, team. Right, okay. Thanks, Robert.
Oh, well. Well, good seeing you. Thanks for your help with that last meeting. I'll second. Yeah, I think so. I can. The I think I was watching a fucking movie. I'm going with the log. I go with the you're not going to listen. Yeah. No, you don't want to scrap when it's like a grizzly. Hey, hey, you're gonna be opportunity. They didn't buy it. And that's so good. Oh my God. Yeah.
Hang out? No, but that would be thrilling. Maybe I'll catch it on the TV.
There you go.
Thank you for everything. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that was
you're not gonna keep it, they should be able to go, and you're not kicking. I'm leaving, I'm recused.
But they have, you haven't had,
We need to do it.
have one, Jay, you stay such and such case.
Take care, Paul. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of, but I'm sorry. Her. So I'm telling you, they just take whatever little bit they hear. Like, I want, she said that I want to know that he has the other spot. That's all. It's not even fucking this, doesn't matter. He could have 10 satellite spots. We're talking about 2 Main Street. So all septic systems being dug up. And you've portrayed it like they had equipment in other places. You're talking. That's the stuff I have no patience. I mean, and I asked her, she's got it here on back. And I said, I depicted you. Well, what are we supposed to be? You go, here, read it. She read it, but she was put up. Jesus Christ. If we've invested $100, we have 40 years, needless work. It is what it is. Exactly. Yeah. Well, many times, unless she said, we do it politely, so we just move on. Yeah.
I got a feeling it'll be even longer.
Is this on?
But it could be worse.
Is this on?
Ruling attorneys. It could be.
Excuse me, we're gonna, just 1 second, we're gonna take, Z 2519, Robert and Janet Broughton, owners, map 41, lot 31, 20 Sandpeep Lane. Are you okay with us continuing until next month? Okay.
June 5th.
Yes, very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Great.
No.
Yeah. You want to continue yours too? Okay. We can do that down in the bathroom, okay? You know.
Yeah, we'll still do.
We're still gonna do other businesses.
Yeah, we're gonna do some other business, okay? No. After this one, no, no, Paul, okay? So you're continued too, okay? Great.
Roger is talking about this. Taking a look away. Okay, so you don't have to. Yes. Oh, it's right there.
Yes. Yeah, we gotta take that up, right?
If we're gonna rehear that.
Right, okay, but that's gonna be other business.
That'll be it. That's why we're Roger.
Okay. Want to get this in, okay, Z, dash, 25-18, Robert Miller, Esquire, Rick Chelman, PE, agents for Richard Casali, family, 2005, irrevocable trust. Okay. Do we need to go in, make sure that we, this is an appeal, okay? So because it's an administrative appeal, do we really need to go through the documents? I'm not sure, but let's take a quick look. Okay,
Is there an agency letter in here? Did anybody notice?
I'm sorry?
Agency letter?
Yes.
Is it? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I saw an agency letter giving Mr. Miller, Attorney Miller,
You can call me Rob, Mr. Chair.
I saw it here somewhere. There it is.
It's for
Yeah.
both of us. It's for both of us. It's
Yeah.
within there.
Right. Mr. Casale? Mr. Casale?
Casali.
Yeah, good, okay, so he's right here anyways, okay, great. All right, is I don't think on an appeal, we actually have to make sure that everything is in here, but is everybody okay? Okay, so, start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Ms. Dietrich. My name is Rob Miller. I'm an attorney at Sheehan, Finney, Bass and Green in Manchester. It's my honor this evening to represent the Casali family 2005 Irrevocable Trust, which owns the abutting residence and land at 55 Hermit Road. Rick Casali is the trustee. He's here with me in the front. His wife Judy is here as well. She's the row behind. Sitting next to me is Rick Chelman, who's a licensed surveyor and a licensed professional engineer with more than 40 years of experience in those areas. He also happens to be the chair of the Portsmouth Planning Board, which gives him significant additional experience in addressing these issues. Quick overview of our presentation tonight, and I know it's late and we're going to move it along as efficiently as we can. This is an appeal of the February 18th, 2025 Alton Planning Board decision. I assume you have the record of that in front of you, so I'm not going to go through that in the interest of time. There are three issues that are before you tonight. The first is that all of the proposed lots comply with Section 452D's minimum contiguous buildable area requirement. Our position is that 4 of the 18 proposed lots do not, and they fail legally to be legally appropriate lots. Second, that all of the proposed lots comply with Section 452B's width of frontage requirement. Our position is that 7 of the 18 proposed lots do not. If you've been following along with the math, you realize there's one that fails both. The third issue is that the planning board misapplied the doctrine of administrative gloss. And I'll get to that when I do my legal presentation at the end. These are threshold legal issues that this board must resolve. The 7 lots that failed the 200-foot width of frontage requirement are lots 18, 20-5, 20-6, 20-7, 20-11, 20-12, and 20-13. The 3 additional lots that fail the contiguous buildable land requirement are lots 20, lot 20-2, and lot 20-3. And the lot that fails both is lot 20-7. 10 of the 18 lots that were approved by the planning board do not comply with the Alton zoning ordinance. That's 56% of the entire plan that contain lots that we believe have legally deficient issues with them. So I am now going to turn our presentation over to Mr. Chelman. I'll be back at the end to summarize the legal issues and to answer any questions that the board has.
Thank you. Apologize for flipping back and forth. For some reason, this has been going asleep. I'll try to be fairly quickly going through this. The property in red is the Lakes Hospitality Group. Our appeal actually has Lakes Region Hospitality Group. That's a typo. It's Lakes Hospitality Group. This is Mr. Casali's trust property in yellow. They're a significant abutter, obviously immediate abutter to the subject project. I don't expect you to be able to read it, but on page 70 of the zoning ordinance is where 452D is found, and that's the language on the screen now that it says. It says that
lots must have that minimum buildable area made up of contiguous upland and slopes. Now, I'm going to explain why it says what it says and why it pulls out upland and slopes as being a part of the contiguous buildable area, because both wetlands, which are non-upland, and steep slopes can be built on. Wetlands obviously need a permit, and steep slopes just require more work. But the threshold requirement for all of it is it has to be buildable land. That's really important, as we'll get to in a second. This slide shows the overall site. Red is steep slopes, yet green is wetlands, and then the West Alton Brook comes through the bottom, approximately where the laser's pointing. It's, you know, when I started doing subdivisions a long time ago, and I had a full head of hair, that was a long time ago, there was a lot more easy land to develop than there is today. A lot of the property that's being considered today is not easily developed. This is one of those sites. There's a lot of steep slopes. There's a lot of wetlands on this property. Has to be considered carefully. So that language that I just showed you says three things have to be met in order to come up with the minimum requirement of 75% of the lot area falling within that contiguous land area. It's got to be buildable. It's got to be contiguous upland and slopes less than 25%. So upland is obviously non-wetland. Slopes we can all measure based on the topo. And buildable in my dictionary and in the New Hampshire Supreme Court's dictionary means where you can build. It's also in your zoning ordinance. As in your definitions, it describes the building envelope as a three-dimensional space within which you can put a building. So it's defined by your setbacks on the side, your setbacks on the front. If you're on the water, you've got a waterfront setback, and then also you've got a height requirement. That's how you establish the three-dimensional space. There's actually on page 25 of your ordinance, this talks about non-conforming uses that I suspect this board has seen before, because this is where it describes if you have an existing building that is completely, by the way, these two are the same. It's a little bit still hard to read. This is exactly out of your ordinance. I just put some color on it to make it easier to see, and this is also in the written materials that were submitted. So if you have this red building that's down by the water, that's been there forever, it's inside the shorefront setback, and somebody wants to build an addition, you are permitted under your ordinance to consider an expansion to that existing building toward the building envelope. And that's what the building envelope is. Now, there was a letter submitted by town council, actually, that said, well, yes, this diagram shows on page 25, but that's special exception for pre-existing non-conforming uses. It doesn't apply elsewhere, and I strongly disagree with that, because setbacks apply everywhere. And I can draw this building envelope diagram for any lot in the town of Alton. You can too. Just put the setbacks on the sides, put the setbacks on the front and the back, and if you want to do it 3D, put a building height limitation on it. But I'm not alone. As I said, the Supreme Court looked at this exact issue in Gilmanton. This is the case citation. It's in the materials that we submitted. In Gilmanton's case, and this was in the subdivision regulations, which, as we know, are more easily waived and more easily modified than is zoning. But in Gilmanton, it said they had to have 30,000 square feet of contiguous suitable soil. Going through the analysis, the Supreme Court considered the setback issue, and they said very specifically, you can't include setbacks as a part of building site or buildable land. So what happened here? Lot 20-7 was one that Rob, I'm just going to call him Rob, he can call me Rick. I'll just take away the background. That's the lot on their plan. The green, this is their base diagram. So the green is wetlands. The pink is steep slopes. And you can barely see, they've got the setback lines drawn on here. You can see them, I'm sort of trying to trace them here. And this hatching, and I'll color it to make it easier to see, is what they considered contiguous buildable land, which includes the setbacks, to come up with what they've shown as their area up here. And that's if you color it, it's the purple, is what they've considered as buildable, contiguous buildable land under your ordinance. However, you can't build in setbacks, and you can't build in wetland setbacks. If you put those two together, you've got a limitation on that lot that looks like that, and what's left is the light blue, which is about 42,400 square feet, which is much less than the minimum requirement. And again, that's just following Supreme Court guidance. That's what they look like side by side. By the way, if I'm going too fast and anybody has a question, it's just so late, I don't want to keep folks too late with this information. So the next issue, I couldn't resist. As Rob mentioned, it's not length of lot frontage. It's lot width of frontage. This word is critical to understanding this next point. And so right here is where it says it in small text you can't read. It's also on page 70. And this is what it says, hopefully more readable. Each lot shall have a minimum width of 200 feet frontage. So it's a lot minimum width. Now, most lots have a minimum frontage requirement, which is a length. It's simply a measurement. You take your tape, measure it along the street, and you come up with, whether you tape or laser, it's just the distance along the road to come up with a length of frontage. But a width of frontage requires you to consider the sidelines. And I'll show you how that works. It's also this language, this extra word, this minimum width of frontage is not in your residential and lakeshore residential zones. It's also not even a requirement in this zone for corner lots. And if you think about it, it'd be different. As I show you how it's measured for a corner lot, it would be impossible, because a corner lot that has frontage on two streets, you can't come up with a width along the road because you've got the corner. And this is how it works. If you have to make it simple, to make the geometry simple, on the left, we've got a lot the sidelines are at right angles at the street. It's got 200 feet of frontage, and that width at the street is in fact 200 feet. This example on the right, where we've got a 54-degree angle, it has 200 feet length of frontage, but because of the angles, the width, which is measured here, and I'd slide it over here, but it'd go through the 54-degree mark, is much less than 200 feet. So this width of frontage is not 200 feet. This is actually from one of the lots in the proposal. It shows very similar geometry that I just showed you. Excuse me. Here's the sidelines. It's got quite an angle. It has just exactly 200 feet length of frontage, but the width of frontage is only about 187 feet. I'm not suggesting that this language, and I'll explain this further, this language does not require you to have lots 200 feet wide all the way back. It doesn't say that at all. What it says is a width of frontage, so you have to measure it at the street. And I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to do that yourselves in a second with a little example that I have. So the Supreme Court has also said we have to give every word in a statute or an ordinance. This is statutory construction, which is what how zoning ordinances are interpreted, as you well know. I've written, I don't even know how many zoning ordinances and zoning amendments over the course of my career. It's extremely important to get the words right. All of these words are critical. So what happens if we say we've got minimum width of 200 feet frontage for a lot? That's what they want us to say. They being, this is what the planning board's decision was. They took out the word width. Minimum width of 200 feet frontage. Take out the width, minimum 200 feet frontage. That's a very different meaning. That's our point. They took out a word.
if you took out minimum. Now you'd have to have a width of 200 feet frontage. That's being a specific requirement, so there's no variation. Minimum implies you can have that or anything greater. If you didn't have that word in there, it would all be the same. Words matter, they're critical in a zoning ordinance. So here's your, I'm going to, with your permission, I just want to show you guys how this works. The door example is in your package. This actually is the scale. 50 scale. These are 2-acre lots with 200 feet of frontage. If you put them like this, you'll see that they both have 200 feet of frontage. But if you measure the width of this one, you will find it does not have 200 feet width of frontage. It's Pythagoras. It's a Pythagorean theorem, if you may recall from geometry. It's this length squared plus this length squared equals this length squared. It has to be less.
That's not the frontage.
Width.
Not if it's up here.
Right here.
That's in the middle, no, up here. Okay, you measured it there.
It's the same. Where you measure it is at the frontage. You're correct. You were correct. You measured at the frontage, right here. Like that.
Frontage is at the road.
Frontage is at the road. It's at the road. It's at the road. That's the way we've always done it here. Okay? So what are we gonna do? Go back to all of the people and say, you're all incorrect, you're gonna have to come back into our town and redo it?
No.
You are right, you are saying that this is up in here. We've got 200 feet from that point to that point.
How do you comment? Frontage. Because it's different. Some zones say just frontage, corner lots say just frontage. This says width of frontage. It's width at the frontage. Frontage is the key word.
Every word is the key word.
Yeah, well, frontage is most important.
There are no words that are more important. Every word is important.
That's our concern. That's the way we've always done it. Okay? Always. You may do it different in Portsmouth, but we don't do it here.
The Supreme Court has told you how to do
I
it.
don't give a shit about the Supreme Court. How's that for you?
Well,
Okay?
I'm sure they'll be
All right?
delighted to
Okay,
hear
well,
that,
then
Mr. Chair.
See what the Supreme Court says. Well, our legal counsel has told us, okay, that the planning board did it correctly.
And, Mr. Chair, with all respect, I have been wrong in the past as legal counsel, and your legal counsel is wrong in this case.
He may be wrong. He may be wrong, but I think he's right.
Well,
I don't think he's wrong.
that's why we're here. And if you guys
Yeah,
agree
well,
with, if you
well,
guys agree with town council, that's your job. It doesn't make
This is
sense. It doesn't make sense to have a,
The curve is 200 feet. It's 200 feet. It's the way we've always done it in this town. If the Supreme Court says we're wrong, so be it.
They've already said you're wrong.
That's what you say.
Well, that's what Doyle says.
well,
I
let's,
think you're wordsmithing.
I'll show you. We'll talk about it when I get to,
think you're wordsmithing.
we'll show you when I get to my presentation. How can you do that without hearing us? You've prejudged the application, Mr. LaRochelle? Have you prejudged the application? Have you prejudged the application? Do you have an open mind? Because I just heard your board chair said he didn't give a blank what the Supreme Court said. So how does that mean you have an open mind?
You know what the Supreme Court said.
Then you didn't read our materials because it says it right in it.
That's what it says, but I don't understand it.
Well, then let us explain it to you. That's why we're
Go
here.
ahead.
That's why we're here.
So I'm not going to dispute how you may have done it. For one thing, in other zones, it is different. In other zones, it is just the frontage. And it may not have been noticed before, but it was done for a specific reason. And by doing it, by having the difference between those little cutouts that I gave you, between having the width of frontage, which provides regularity, and I understand, I have heard from a prior planning board member that the reason that the contiguous requirement was put in for the land area portion and the setbacks that we talked about before the frontage that got everybody so excited, was because there was a project that had, kind of like this one, with steep slopes and wetlands all over the place, and the applicant had summed up all those little pieces in different parts and used that to come up with minimum lot size. This applicant didn't do that. I'm not saying this applicant did that. I'm talking about a past application before you change the regulation. And at about that same time, this width of frontage requirement came into place. It is an additional requirement, much like the contiguous requirement that requires you to have contiguous, upland, buildable, not steep slope land. So in some zones in Alton, it's just exactly like you said, it's 200 feet length, period. No more to talk about. But you can't have the width. If I'm told as a surveyor, if you sell me 50 feet wide off the back of your parcel, I have to measure it perpendicular, or I haven't given you whoever buying it from you, or if you're buying it from your neighbor, it's got to be 50 feet perpendicular or it's not 50 feet wide. Because it relates to two lines. Width relates to two lines. You're not following me. I'm not explaining.
No, I'm following you.
Okay,
So
okay.
what if you have a curved line? So you're talking about right angles.
That's how width is measured.
That's how you have to measure it.
That's why I showed the door example.
Put the door up.
Whoop, too fast. So that's why I put this example in there. And in the case of a lot that has its frontage here, just move the line up at the frontage. But you don't measure a door's width on a slant, right? A lot's width has to be measured perpendicular at the street. That's the width of frontage. It would not affect anything this town has done in the past. You know, appeal periods have run, people have done things. It may or may not have even come up, and I doubt it's even come up, because I did hear one of the planning board members say it hadn't come up before. So if it hasn't come up, there goes the administrative gloss discussion. It's just something that hadn't been noticed, except it's in your ordinance. And it's very specific. It's not the same in all your zones. This width of frontage is only in 2 zones. And in the zone where it is contained, it does not require it for corner lots. It is consistent.
What is the intent of frontage? What is the intent of having 200 feet of frontage?
200 feet width of frontage or 200 feet of frontage?
200x of frontage. What is the purpose of having any dimension of frontage?
Just to provide a regular spacing between houses, or, you know, in conjunction with your setback requirements. So if you have, by having the width of frontage requirement, you're making a more regular spacing. By having the steep angles, like the examples I gave you, now you're having lots that have 200 feet length of frontage, but now you're actually creating lots that are narrower. So the effect along the street isn't going to feel like a 200-foot Alton street.
It's for spacing. A door is a bad example. A door is designed to be square, rectangular. It has right angles. A door is a whole different animal. Very few lots are designed like that.
I agree, but the way you measure the door's width is perpendicular to the sidelines, which you'd have to do at the street to come up with the width of frontage. You know, I get the impression that some folks think that this is like something I dreamed up when I was seeing unicorns and Bigfoot walking around town one day. That's not the case. You know, I'm reading this ordinance very carefully, and like I said, it's consistent within itself. If it had that same requirement for corner lots, I'd consider it a typo. But it's in two different zones. It doesn't say it for corner lots. It's consistent, and it's different than for your other zones that just require exactly what you're saying, which is only length. And I'll answer any questions and show you the geometry, and I respect your position. This is, I'm sure it feels earth-shaking in some respects, but has it ever come before you before to be considered? I doubt it. Has anybody ever brought the width of frontage issue to you before?
I'm sure there's many cases of frontage conversations and debates going back and forth, and you're trying to get your lots passed, and I get it, A for effort. But frontage is frontage. And it's interpreted as
We
from
would have
point A
this-
to point
we
B.
would have the same issue in the entire lake. Shoreline. We would have the same issue. There's nothing that's perpendicular. Nothing.
And you know what? It doesn't apply in your shorefront. That's measured differently. It's just length. Your shorefront requirement is just length. It doesn't say width. It's consistent. Your ordinance is consistent. I've checked very carefully, and on the shorefront zone, this is not a requirement. This is only a requirement in two zones. It's a geometric requirement.
Are you saying shorefront? Is that what you're saying, shorefront? I just couldn't hear you. You're saying shorefront?
The lakefront,
Lakefront,
measuring the
shorefront.
lakefront, the chair was concerned about shorefront dimensions. Shorefront dimensions aren't measured this way. Shorefront dimensions are length. I know how to measure length. I'm a licensed land surveyor. I've been doing it all my life. You know, and I can do it here. And I will do it in different parts. I did Cedar Cove and Lakeside. You know, I've done big projects in Alton over the years. A long time ago, but I've done them. And I know how to read the regulations, and things are fine. But this regulation is different. So if you got any more questions for me, please.
Did you finish your slides?
I think you're next. It's going to be hard to read.
Well, let me, if I may, distribute this so that everybody, can I approach?
Sure. Thank you.
So we're going a little bit out of order, but that's okay. Since we're on this issue, the case that's on point here is Lincoln versus Chenard, Town of Lincoln, which is 174 New Hampshire 762 2022 case, very recent. And it says in the case, and these are quotes from the case, in interpreting statutes, we give effect to every word, and we will not consider what the legislature might have said or add language that the legislature did not see fit to include. We also construe all parts of a statute together to effectuate its overall purpose and avoid an absurd or unjust result. What Chenard means is that when you look at your ordinance, you can't read words out of it and you can't read words into it. You read the language as it is, and you read it in context with the other sections. That's what we're saying. If you look at the examples in this case, I've given you two. I've given you the rural zone, which has this width of frontage requirement, and I've given you the residential zone, which does not. If you look at the language, which is highlighted, circled and highlighted, in the rural zone, it says each lot shall have a minimum width of 200 feet frontage at the street or highway line, which is what Mr. Chelman was showing you. In the residential zone, it says each lot without municipal water shall have a minimum frontage of 50 feet at the street or highway line. Those are two different measurements. 150 feet of frontage is just, you draw a tape along the road and that's it.
200 feet width of frontage is what Mr. Chelman was demonstrating for you on the screen. Those are different things. And you can't read the word width out because Chenard says you can't. So that's the argument that we're making. And it's a confusing point for sure. And it's undoubtedly the fact that the planning board was confused, even though we tried to do this demonstration for them. And understandable that anybody is confused because anyone who hates math would be confused. But this is what the law says, and it is what your ordinance says. And you have only one way to interpret this, and that is to read these two sections differently, because Chenard says you cannot read words out and you cannot read words in, and you have to read them in context with each other. And by doing that and comparing these two, it's very evident that these are different measurements. So that's...
How far in from the frontage defines width? How far in?
You measure it at, you take, you have to take, no, you have to take it from one of the corners and measure it across. That's how you measure the width at the frontage.
Right at the street?
Right at the street.
So this block is the street, this is your lot, is 200 feet. Your width is defined from, if the angle, so say it comes in 2 feet, 2 feet straight, and then it goes off at an angle.
It depends. I
It
showed.
comes in perfectly straight, 1 inch, and then it curves off.
So let's say you had something like this that didn't have these straight line segments. So with this squiggly sidelines, the way you measure the width of frontage is you start at one of the corners and go perpendicular across. That's by definition width. If this line went from here like this, at an angle down like this, then the width would be measured in a way that would be much more than 200 feet.
So one side has to have a right angle?
You will end up having a right angle.
Do you have to have a right angle? Take that.
So with an angle like that, now when you come across from that right angle on this side, it's going to be much more than 200 feet.
But you have to have a right angle?
To come up with a width, you've got to have a perpendicular line.
That's defined.
One side or the other.
Come up with the width, you have to have and it says only one right angle or 2 right angles?
It depends on the sidelines. It's in relation to the sidelines.
Where's that defined? So you have that, where's that defined? Because why does he split?
Sorry, which one were you?
No, I'm just saying where you start your width line or your frontage line. And so somewhere it says you have to pick one point and then you must stop from a right angle and you go across.
Well, here's your choice. This example, you could go up into the street and you don't hit it. Except he keeps bumping the projector, which causes us. So if you came from this corner, you come straight up into the street. You'd end up with the same if you're on a projection, but you don't want to go a projection. So you start at this corner and come down. That's your width of frontage.
I'd have to read this. I'd have to see this and read it because I'm not buying it.
I'm more than happy to have you guys take the time to read it.
I just need to see the verbiage on that you have to have a right angle and what you just defined. I want to see that written somewhere.
If you don't have a right angle, then, I mean, you're measuring the width of frontage at the street, right? So you have to start from one of the corners at the street in order to comply with that. If you don't have a right angle, then you have an infinite number of widths because you can run that line.
Perception, or is that documented somewhere? Is that written somewhere?
That's how width is defined.
That's how width is defined. We
So
define it in our
that's the only
materials.
reason I showed the door. I didn't show the door to suggest that lots are rectangular like a door, but to how you measure the width of the door, which is what's on the screen. You don't measure the width of the door on a diagonal. You don't press the wrong button when you're trying to point. So you don't measure a door like this, you don't measure the width of a door like that. You measure it here. And if you want to know what is the width of this door at the header,
Well,
it's up there.
But we could discuss this all day long. You measure the width of the door if you want the top width of the door. If I want the bottom width of the door, I'd measure at the bottom. If you wanted,
Right,
you
so
wanted a
if the,
consistent width of the door, so where is, so when you measure a door, you don't just measure it in one spot anyway. You measure top, you look at it, make sure it's square.
and in this case, we're talking about width of frontage, so we'd measure it at the street. That would be defining where we measure it. We don't measure it inside the lot. Like, I made the mistake with the chair earlier, I held the tape in the wrong spot. You measure it at the street. That's the width of the
Measure
lot.
how much of the front of that lot is in contact with the street, whatever road, street, whatever it is.
Right.
You measure what contacts that street, and that would be from point A to point B.
So just one last time, and we're all getting tired. I just want to show you guys this one more time. You can't come up with a width, a lot width of anything without referring to the sidelines. If you're just looking at the frontage, that's a length only. That's what you have on the lake. That's what you have in other zones in town. It's just a length along the street. It's a length along the lake. Here, it's a lot width of frontage. Those words mean you have to look at the lot and what is its width of frontage. I can't tell you what that width of frontage is without seeing what the sidelines are, because without sidelines, there's no width.
See, I read that as the width of frontage. Frontage defined would be, the definition of frontage is what is in contact with the street. What is the width of frontage? Maybe it's a squiggly line.
But why would the language be different? That's the key. It's different, and it means different things to me. I mean, it's like a deed description that I have to interpret pretty much every day.
The way we've always, that's your interpretation of it, okay? The way we've always measured it, and you may be absolutely right, okay? I don't know, all right? But I look at this is 200 feet. Was your,
Yep.
okay? I put this together like this.
Yep.
It's 200 feet.
Of frontage.
Right?
Length of frontage, exactly. That's
right.
why I did it that
Okay,
way, but it's
so-
not width.
so
That's
what
the
you're
length,
saying
that's the
is
length of frontage.
150 feet, we didn't put width,
Right.
right? Had we not put width on the 200 feet, you wouldn't be here.
Exactly right.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, okay? But we've always interpreted it, this town has always interpreted that the 200 feet, okay, is the 200 feet. It had nothing to do with width.
Well,
Maybe that was incorrect by the ordinance that somebody put in, but that isn't the way we've done it all these years.
And not
Here's-
just this
here's
town.
the only
Every
thing-
town that I'm familiar with.
Well, let me just say one thing about that. I say this with all due respect. Past mistakes don't justify present ones. I don't think it's ever come up before, as I said earlier. And from what your reaction was earlier, I don't think you'd ever considered it before. Frankly, I have not seen it.
I'm saying it, we've never considered it. I've been in hundreds of planning board meetings, okay, throughout all of New England, okay, and I've never heard this considered.
Mr. Chair, have you heard it considered in Alton before?
No.
Okay. Let me get to the point of administrative gloss, because this makes the point, okay? So I'm just trying to move it along so that we don't keep you here forever, okay? You have a very hard job. There's no question about it. You're here really late, really often.
But, okay, go ahead.
Let me just make the point, okay? So the planning board likewise misapplied this doctrine of we've always done it this way,
Your
right?
opinion is they misapplied.
No.
Your opinion.
Well, let me make, it's not an opinion because it's based on a legal precedent which you are obligated to follow. You are obligated to follow what the Supreme Court says
I would have to- no,
if the
I would
facts
have
are the
to
same,
read this
right?
whole case, okay, to see, you've given me one sentence.
I'll give you the case and put it in the record.
We'll put it in the record, and we'll see what it says. Our legal counsel says we're correct.
Right, and Mr. Chair, again, with all due respect, the reason why these cases get brought is because they're in the gray area where it is possible to read things differently. And somebody is right and somebody is wrong. And there are occasions where every lawyer, no matter how good they tell you they are, is mistaken. It is possible that your legal counsel is mistaken in this case.
Anything is possible.
But you are all,
It's possible
of course it is.
Said he was flat out wrong.
mistake.
That's what you said.
That's our position. He's wrong.
Okay, and his position is he's right.
That's fine, but here's the thing. The five of you get to decide, but you don't have to just blindly follow your legal counsel's decision. You have, what's that?
We don't blindly follow anyone.
Nothing blindly being done.
We do have an open mind.
We don't blindly follow anyone. But when I see this, okay, when I see this, 200 feet here, 200 feet there, okay?
That's
and
length of
I hear
frontage.
what you're saying, okay? I'm not looking at right angles. I'm looking at the length.
Right.
Right?
You're looking
And
at the
if
length.
you say I'm wrong at looking at the length, then let some Supreme Court justice tell me that. Because I didn't read it right. And we haven't done it right forever.
Okay, so
And,
let
you
me,
know, this has become rather confrontational, but you're using very confrontational language. You accuse us of predetermining the case?
no,
You asked it three
I
times.
asked a question because
That's right.
be-
I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the interpretation.
Look,
And I'm
gentlemen,
looking at the interpretation.
so let,
What's your-
can I,
gentlemen,
can I,
gentlemen, can I just,
Making mistakes for
can I
years
just,
with this.
can I just ask a question? I think you are listening. And I don't know that you're going to agree with me. There's more than one issue here. But I don't want you to feel bound by what you think prior decisions have been in this town, because they haven't governed this. You haven't addressed it before. The chair just said that. This is something that's been brought to you new. Now, you may disagree with us. That's your right. And I think you're going to judge it as fairly as you can. I do believe that. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer any further questions. But there are two issues. It's the contiguous land area and the setbacks. That's pretty darn clear.
and
No, wait.
There's a third
Rob,
issue.
wait,
There's
I
a-
know, the
there's a-
administrative gloss.
Does your client have standing to bring this before the board?
of course he does. He's an abutter to the 140 acre parcel.
Which you think violate the ordinance. However, he's not a butter to any of this.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
Yeah, he is. The top two parcels. He's a direct abutter to the top two parcels.
Top-
Yes. That was the first slide, but I can tell you that the top two parcels that contain the lots that would have the houses on top directly abut Mr. Casale's trust. No, I think it's a decision, what we are appealing, the administrative appeal before you is the planning board's decision that related to the entire subdivision. That's what we are appealing.
You haven't addressed that.
When the planning board addressed the issue, the planning board had no approved subdivision in front of them. Mr. Casale is an abutter to the parcel in question, which had no approved lots on it until the planning board made its decision. So he is an abutter with standing. There's really no issue with that.
Lots?
Can we show the slide, the first slide?
So he has standing now, but didn't have standing before the planning?
He had standing in both cases. He was an abutter. He wasn't a butter.
Lots. You can't argue that it's a 140 acre parcel and then subdivide it into parcels which don't comply. You don't have standing to do that.
It's right there. The Lakes
So it's a
Hospital,
That big red thing
that's what we're appealing. We're appealing was for that one big piece.
frontage. It doesn't have.
Each lot.
Okay, let's, let's step back for a minute. What we are appealing is the planning board's decision about these 18 lots that they approved, okay? When the planning board took up this issue, the red parcel was the lot, and the yellow parcel is Mr. Casali's lot. They are direct abutters. They share a boundary. You can see it. That's before it was subdivided. That's what we're challenging. We're challenging the subdivision. And you are the board that hears that appeal. Otherwise, there'd be no remedy for us.
Abutters have the right to challenge a subdivision approval. That's fundamental and basic, and that's what we were proposing here. He is an abutter. The subdivision is approved. He is appealing that approval.
Once it's approved, he's no longer in a butter.
He is still an abutter. Because once this appeal was filed, it's actually statutory. The situation remains exactly as it was at the... Yep. It's statutory.
Okay, I need to get back to the issue that I was trying to raise with you before, which is the administrative gloss question. The planning board misapplied the doctrine of administrative gloss, which is a legal doctrine of statutory interpretation that should not have been applied here. Administrative gloss is this question that you were raising about what happens if we've always done it that way, right? And there's a case on this, and the case is Anderson versus Motorsports Holdings. It's 155 New Hampshire 491, and I'll put it in the record so you have it to consider. But I'm going to read you from the case, okay? In that case, the respondent's argument was that the issue should have been subject to administrative gloss. And the court said, an administrative gloss is placed on an ambiguous clause of a zoning ordinance when those responsible for its implementation interpret the clause in a consistent manner and apply it to similarly situated applicants over a period of years without legislative interference, okay? So that's what administrative gloss is. However, there are standards that you have to apply in order for the administrative gloss to apply to a particular case. First of all, the statute has to be ambiguous. And in this case, the statute is not ambiguous. It has the word width in it. And the other one that we showed you does not have the word width in it. One is a width of frontage requirement, which is a term of art. If you Google it, you'll find it. And length of frontage is different. Those are two different concepts. So there's no ambiguity in the statute. So once you don't have an ambiguous statute, you don't have administrative gloss. You can't apply it. Second, the applicant that's advocating for administrative gloss has to show that there's a de facto policy of non-enforcement regarding similarly situated applicants. They have to bring those cases forward. So for example, if you have a wetlands setback requirement in your zoning ordinance and it says 50 feet and there are 10 applicants that have not had a 50-foot setback requirement from wetlands, and the applicant brought examples before the planning board and said, here are 6 examples of other applicants where this very same issue came up and you didn't apply it to them, so you shouldn't apply it to me. Then, if the statute is ambiguous and it has been applied like that, then there's the possibility of administrative gloss. But in this case, not only is there not an ambiguous statute, but the applicant didn't present any evidence to suggest that this has ever come up. And Mr. Chair, the reason I asked you the question, have you ever seen it in Alton before? And you said, no, it hasn't come up here before. And so administrative gloss can't apply where it hasn't been misapplied in other cases. There are no examples in the record. And there can't be examples introduced after the fact because the planning board had to have that in their record. Okay, and the third thing, sorry, the second and third are basically the same. There has to be a de facto policy of non-enforcement, and the applicant has to bring forward examples. And neither of those things happened. So, again, when you're sitting here as an appellate board, you're sitting here as an appellate board reviewing the decision of the planning board. The record is fixed. So what happened at the planning board happened. If they did it wrong, you reverse and remand and send it back, and they do it again. And our whole argument here is three things. And I'm going to summarize and then take questions. We'll take questions. But the first problem is, I'm going to go back to my notes. The first problem is you have 3 lots that fail the contiguous buildable land requirement for the reasons that Mr. Chelman showed you. There are setback problems, both from the front and side setbacks and from wetlands that were not on the plans, that were not considered. And so 3 of those lots don't conform to your zoning ordinance for that reason. There are 7 lots that fail this width of frontage requirement, okay? And there is no administrative gloss. So those are the 3 issues. If any one of those issues exists according to your deliberation, then you must reverse the decision of the planning board and send the whole thing back. And then they'll do it again, and the whole thing will be flushed out there. But the record is the record as it exists here.
And just so it's, you've requested that statutory reference about, you requested the cases, plural, full cases to be submitted. Is there anything else that we can provide?
I'm going to submit the cases now. May I approach?
Are you all done?
We were going to take questions if you had them.
Does anybody on the board have any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
I have another question. You've been talking about the buildable
Want you to make
area.
copies for all of us,
Said
okay?
that it should
Not
be
the house,
considered the building
know.
envelope,
Okay.
the setbacks, but what the ordinance actually said is
Agreed,
buildable area. It doesn't address the setbacks. So on what basis should we assume the setbacks are in?
If you look at the Gilmanton case, but also just reading your ordinance, where can you build? That's my fundamental read of the Alton zoning ordinance. Where in Alton can you build? You can't build on set. Right, but in demonstrating where you can build, they drew the envelope, and that is a defined term in your ordinance. And where can you build on a lot? You can build within the envelope. Now, this is semantics, but if I have a lot that looks like this, and I have setbacks from the lot lines, and then there's wetlands inside it that I have setbacks from, where can I build? The buildable area excludes those areas. It's very clear. This doesn't require geometry. And that's in your ordinance.
And what do you consider buildable?
On your ordinance, it's
What do you consider buildable? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was,
Go ahead.
you have to be outside, away from the setbacks. And,
Could you put a septic system there?
septic
In the
system,
setback?
septic systems are treated differently, they're not buildings.
But it's buildable, right?
It's different.
It's not buildable.
Boy, everything is different here. Okay, what about a well?
Well is also different. I mean, there's different ways of doing a well too. It can be drilled
What about
wells.
a septic tank?
Your ordinance treats septic systems differently. That's what I'm saying.
But is that buildable? I mean,
No.
you can't build anything? You can't put a fence there?
If you read Doyle,
It's building. It goes to how you can develop a lot. And you can't put a building inside setbacks from either sidelines, front or back, or from wetlands.
But we're talking about a foundation with a home, right? Is that buildable? Is that what you're saying? Is
Where you can put,
buildable?
yeah, sure, where you can put a house.
Or a garage or something
Yeah,
like that?
yeah.
swimming pool, deck,
But if I put a septic system, or I put a septic tank or a well in those setbacks, okay, aren't those buildable things?
Your ordinance has a different, they treat those differently. So that is the relief, if you will, that's built inside the ordinance for septic systems. It's in there. Like a pipeline to get from the house to a leach field, that's different. It's treated differently than like an irrigation line. An irrigation line would be treated differently than a septic line in your ordinance. Not that anybody's good.
In our ordinance.
Yeah, that's the way your ordinance is written.
If I apply for a variance from the setback, what does that do?
If you get relief from, in the form of variance, then you've made it buildable. With a variance. With a variance. It's not buildable without a variance, by definition.
So all of these issues are raised in the Doyle case that I submitted. They're all talked about. All of these points were raised, and Doyle says that these structures that are associated, they're called appurtenant structures to buildings, cannot be in setback areas, cannot be in the side setbacks, the front setbacks, or setbacks from wetlands. Covers it directly. So this is what that case stands for.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the appellants? No? Okay. John? Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sorry if I was abrasive.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is John Cronin. I appreciate the late hour. With me is Amy Grimm and Jerry Martin, the principals of this application. Some of you, I think, some of you were aware of it a little bit over a year ago when it came before you as the glass barn. When it initially came in, there was some issues relative to the application. A lot of concern in the community, some unfortunate Facebook posts about Miss Grimm and her family, and just, typical things, but some not so typical things. This board was great. You encouraged us to come back and proceed with that plan and to have it evaluated on the merits. Amy, not being someone that likes conflict and friction, and listened to some of the abutters and people that want residential, sacrificed her dream and said she would come and do the residential. So she's put a lot of time and effort into it. Got a really good engineering firm that does this type of work all the time, and went to the planning board and did the whole routine. Just for some context, right? I mean, what's being asked here, the arguments that are being made are, so ridiculous. Essentially, they're wanting you to build more road to pick up a couple of feet of frontage. And they're asking you, they tell you you can't read things into an ordinance, but you can't ignore things. What they want you to do is read in that every lot has to have frontage at 2 right angles. That's nowhere in your ordinance. Nowhere in your ordinance. To give you a little bit of context, this really isn't about the ordinance. This is about Mr. Casali. Respect him. He's got a property right. He's got a beautiful home facing the lake, very visible, a very steep lot. Has a driveway that's paved with about the slope of a pretty good double diamond black trail. Carries water down the hill in every storm. and goes to streams and eventually into the lake, like most properties on a hill do. That's pretty typical. You go to Gunstock Acres, that's how it is in New Hampshire. People build on hills, and people do it safely, and people do it according to regulations. There's some history in the planning board. I thought you would have the planning board record before you. I asked Norma, and she said you did not. There is history there, and I'm not going to go into every detail. Before Amy started with the glass barn, she reached out to her neighbors, connected with Mr. Casali, had a conversation, wanted to be a good neighbor about what she was planning. Those plans evolved. Mr. Casali said, when he went to build his big home, he had a lot of neighborhood opposition and really didn't want to get in the way of anything. But he did express that he thought he had the rights to buy the top of that land. The most valuable piece is the top of it. And there's some emails that I'll submit to you that you can read that basically say, I had a deal with someone before that I thought they would honor and they didn't, and I'd really like to buy the top of the land or some additional land for my buffer. Amy, having bought it on the open market, which was free for all people to compete for, said, I want to develop this the way I want to, and I really don't want to sell anything at this time, but I do want to be a responsible neighbor. So then that's when the offensive started. That's when we saw planes fly around saying, stop the glass barn. I can't testify that Mr. Casali was involved in that, but maybe you'd want to ask. There were other things that were done that were not the norm, challenging this subdivision. You look at the property, it's 140 acres. The two lots at the top that abut Mr. Casali, one over 25, one over 30 acres to put a single-family house on. Mr. Chelman says, we're fine with 150 feet of length for a lot on the lake. On the lake, where the most impact is to the water and the shorefront. But when you go in the rural district where you have all kinds of land, you need to draw this right angle and measure it strictly. That's not how your ordinance reads. Certainly the planning board, it was in their purview to analyze it. They saw the same show. They thought about it. They sought legal counsel, not someone that Mr. Casali's paying, not someone that Amy is paying. We both have roles of advocates, right, to advance our clients' positions. Your lawyer looked at it. Not only did your lawyer, your independent engineer looked at it and said it complies with your ordinance. This wasn't something that was done, just out of thin air. It's had more scrutiny, more evaluation than any residential subdivision I can think of in 40 years. I've never had a case where an engineer from another community comes in and tells a board how they should do things. When you look at this and say it's never come up before, I respectfully disagree with that. Every time a subdivision application is submitted in this town, it comes up. It's scrutinized before it gets to you. You have a technical review, something that Amy did. She went in with her engineer, town manager was there, your folks, your highway guy. They scrutinized that plan, and they called out a few issues that needed to be corrected, but there was no issue with the way this frontage was designed. When this came up, we talked to Jessica, the planner, sent a lawyer from my office up to go through every single subdivision and asked Jessica, have you ever interpreted the ordinance in the way that Mr. Casali is suggesting you do it now? She said no. And a planning board officer, I forget which one, and specifics of the conversation, asked Jessica at one of these meetings. She goes, we've never done it that way. And if you think about it, right, you're looking at a house, say it's a big house, and Mr. Casali's, if it's 8,000 feet, say, 4,000 footprint, you're on huge lots. There's plenty of room for these and plenty of separation. Mr. Casali's home is 200 feet in elevation below the peak of this property. There is a very thick wooded forested buffer between his home and the top of this property. It's almost 3/4 of a mile down to the bridge, to the lots that he has an angle with. And I agree that there's a statutory statement about standing, and there's a presumption that if you're in a butter, you have standing because you're impacted in a way that's different than the community at large. And if you're on a 100 by 100 lot or an acre lot, your neighbor probably would have a very different impact. In this particular case, Mr. Casali can't see this lot. All the drainage, all the road work is on the opposite side of the hill. He can't see the houses. All of the drainage, which is professionally designed for infiltration and treatment. Every roof will have gutters, rain gardens, and ditches, state-of-the-art stuff. None of that will impact him in any way different than the community. So it's not really about lot size. It's about frustrating the efforts to develop this property so maybe he can maybe buy the top of it. That's what's going on here. And we're all in the play. When you look at your ordinance, it's been interpreted consistently. There is no right angle language in there, and it wouldn't make sense to have it. In the rural zone, you wouldn't want box streets with straight lot lines everywhere you went. And you don't want more road, you want less road. You want impervious. You know, you don't want impervious, you want pervious. You want land, you want soil that can recharge the groundwater. It only makes sense to say, oh, we want them to build more road to support this house that has plenty of acreage to support a nice home. She wants to develop this responsibly. There'll be beautiful homes there. I think people will really appreciate it. It's unfortunate we have to go through this whole process. So in terms of the standing, if you look at it from a presumption point of view, yeah, he might have standing per the statute, but does he have any impact whatsoever? Absolutely none. And if you don't believe me, you might want to ask him. Can he see it? Can he feel it? Will it impact it? Why is he doing this? Those would be interesting questions to answer. In terms of administrative gloss, this has been encountered time and time and time again. And it's been interpreted exactly the way the planning board does it every time they get a subdivision application. When you hear cases and citation to Doyle and others, that's all well and good. But land use cases are a little bit different than the general common law that's developed by the Supreme Court, because they're all based on a specific ordinance in a specific community. What the ordinance was in Gilmanton, I don't know. You don't know. What some of these other cases had for ordinances, how they interpreted, I don't know. You probably don't know. It's a completely different deal. That's why the whole body of zoning law gives such deference to local members of the board. It's a reason why we have local people on the board. They know the community, they know the land, they know how things have been done. And in every one of these cases, your starting point is the constitutional right for a property owner to do what they see fit with the land, tempered by a narrowly tailored zoning ordinance that advances some benefit to health, safety, and welfare. What we're talking about here does absolutely nothing to advance the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And as I was walking out my door today, my paralegal reached out and said, you might want to take a look at this. Mr. Casale has already brought a lawsuit. I haven't had a chance to read it, and I suspect whatever decision you make, this is going to wind up in court. So I would suggest, if you would consider it, to save everyone some time, money, and expense, if we brought these lots into you under Mr. Chelman's theory and said we wanted to get a variance, I'm sure you would find that this is in the public interest. It's residentially zoned. They're residential properties. They meet the acreage size of the ordinance, way more than is required. I think if you divided an average, over 7 acres per lot. Some of them are very large, some of them are a little closer, right? Is it in the spirit of the ordinance? Absolutely. That's what they're looking for. They want some more housing. You heard the people here tonight. They want some affordable housing, but people want more housing, not only in this community, throughout the state. Is there substantial justice in permitting 18 lots and 140 acres? I would say so. What's the harm to the public if this goes forward? None. The only person that appealed, Mr. Casale, we had a whole bunch of people that were interested at every level. We had people posting on social media. We had people flying planes. We had posters. Not one of them appealed. Not one, other than Mr. Casale. Right? So when you look at this in the big picture, I think the planning board did everything right. They looked at it carefully. We had multiple meetings. They went and got outside counsel. They had independent engineering, and they came to a conclusion. I'd ask that you affirm what the planning board did, and to the extent that you couldn't, I'll address the unnecessary hardship. Mr. Chelman gave us that. He said it's a unique piece of land. A lot of different things going on there. Certainly is, meets that standard. And under Gray Rocks, it's a reasonable use in simplex, right? That's, first you look at it, is this a reasonable use? Single-family homes on large lots? Yeah, it really is. So I think we meet all of the variance criteria, and, it just seems ridiculous to have to do that. So I would ask that you affirm the planning board, and if you want, in your opinion or your order, to say, even though we support the planning board and think they did everything right, just for the record, if this ever came to us on a variance, we believe that the criteria is satisfied. So I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Joe, any questions?
I'm digesting it. It was good.
I did submit this letter with,
Yes.
and it's rather lengthy, but it talks about all the analysis. I don't think you need me to read it at this late hour, but it's there and in the record for you. You have it. This is the same one that was submitted to the planning board, but I have another for you.
Tim, any questions?
No.
Paul? Any questions? No?
I'd like to propose that before the board votes this evening, that we take an opportunity to meet with council and discuss this matter. I think there are liabilities on both sides, and I'd like to see the town least financial exposure appropriate, and come to the right decision, the proper decision. The cases that have been cited here that we haven't read, there are materials that were provided right before the meeting that I haven't thoroughly read. What I would propose is tabling the vote to the next public meeting, and in the interim meeting with council.
I agree.
I think it's a reasonable.
Yeah. That's exactly the direction I was thinking.
Right thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I think we need to,
Make that as a motion, then I'll make a motion that we continue the vote on
The next meeting.
18.
Z,
On Z 2518 until next monthly meeting in the interim that we council.
I'll second that.
before we do that, this could take some time because I'm told, just so you know, that we may not be able to hear this for the next hear, to get to council, because our council, Mr. Whitney, when I say our council, council for the town, because he represented the town at the planning board, says he cannot represent the zoning board. Okay, so we are gonna need to find new counsel.
Well, they have more with the firm.
I'm sorry?
There's more counsel with the firm.
Okay, but he can't do it.
He can't, but there's
Okay,
up to
so,
that.
just so that the board knows that and the public knows that we may have to extend it if we can't get proper counsel to look at this quickly. But why don't you do the proposal that it'll be for the next meeting
I'm not
again?
sure what the next date is. I'm not sure what June's date is.
5th.
5th?
Yeah, 5th.
I'll move then that we continue this matter for a vote at the meeting on June 5th. In the interim, we'll meet with council.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Votes no. We can continue on with our business. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Now we got,
Frank? Frank, are we gonna do our other business?
yeah, we've got other business.
Okay.
I think we can do the minutes, at the next meeting, unless anybody, the hour's getting long. Okay,
Unless you think we can get the minutes for it.
yeah,
Yeah, I think we did. I think
we can get.
Get to the minutes, Ben? Okay, okay.
Like
All right. Okay, board to vote in a clerk.
And we did not vote for clerk.
Do you think we need to run out?
Voted for chairman, vice chair, we didn't.
We're also.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Who we gonna recommend?
They should know. They should.
you better get going.
Yeah. Why do we have to?
I want to see how fast you can run.
Robin, you made the whole meeting. Us talking to council doesn't. No, that's
live streamed.
Are you gonna tell him? Or for the hearing here?
Just to schedule
or for
it.
legal counsel? He doesn't need to be here for legal counsel.
Oh, is that who those people are miniatures left? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
May as well.
You're gonna miss it.
Yeah, bring him in.
If she can catch him.
Who is this? An attorney who represents these people who wanted to have a rehearing. Oh,
You
this
got
is
that.
pretty liberal. Commission.
Okay.
Clerk.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
And nomination for clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second?
No, I appreciate everything you had to say, and again, I apologize. Grace. Can agree to disagree.
Won't she be
Just,
proud?
Hey, we're still in session. Sorry, we have business we're trying to wrap up.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Okay,
So
thank you.
whatever motion you guys just did was, I don't think it was into the microphones and there was a lot of chatter, so can
Right.
you repeat that one for the clerk?
Microphone's dead, it's not working.
I'll get you a new one.
It's completely dead. I make a motion to nominate Mr. Morgan, Tim Morgan, for our clerk.
Second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, gee,
Thank you, Robbie.
No, I don't think, I wouldn't suggest that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Need to get a vote on the next full-time member of the board from one of the alternates.
I'd like to make a motion that Joe becomes a full-time member of our board. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Joe, full-time.
Wow,
Thank you.
Did you get asked?
My mom's gonna be happy.
Thank you, Joe.
Well,
Can we
thanks
decide
again
if
for
we
complimenting me.
want to take Mr. Mike Hepworth off as an alternate? He has not sworn himself in and has not come to any meetings.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we have Mike Hepworth off as an alternate because he hasn't shown up for a number of meetings.
And he's not sworn
I'll
in.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, okay, Mike Hepworth hasn't been in a
He
lot of
hasn't been
meetings
for a long time.
So he's not going to be an alternate. We just took him off as an alternate.
as an alternate. Paul will stay as an alternate. Yeah,
He wants to be.
Yeah.
if he wants to be an
Where you
alternate.
in.
So at our last meeting, we
postponed the approval of the March minutes and the April minutes.
Yes.
So now if you postpone another month, you're gonna have 3 months worth of minutes to approve.
We're gonna do,
We're gonna do them right.
Oh,
Let's get John.
let's
get
take care of John
Let's get Borowski done. Okay.
Yep.
So, John, sorry to keep you. So, okay.
the calendar for you.
that one's still working? Yeah, it is. Green lights on?
Okay, so discussion to consider rehearing requests regarding case Z 25-15 for Walter and Janice Borowski trustees. So, okay,
Yeah.
you're looking for a rehearing? Is that what you're looking for?
I believe they filed a request for rehearing, right? And we have no input. You either say thumbs down and that's the end of it, or you say we'll rehear it and schedule a date.
So we just want to schedule that out.
Board has always been pretty liberal with rehearings to make sure we're fair to the applicant, and also that we haven't made any mistakes.
Right.
And review any decisions that we may have made in error. So I would move that we grant the rehearing request.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect.
And,
We
and
need to schedule a date.
June 5th.
June 5th.
Reasonable.
June 5th?
yeah, they,
Enough.
the lawyer handling it said next meeting is fine for him. So if it's June 5th, that'll be fine. Someone from the office will cover. Okay. Thank you, guys. I know it's been a long night for everybody.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Long night.
Have
Thank
a
you,
good
John.
evening.
Sorry for being abrasive, John.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from Thursday, March 6, 2025,
It's complete,
as complete, or as written.
as written.
I'll second.
Oh. Alternate?
Alternate.
Okay. Thank you for finding.
I'll make the motion to accept the March 6, 2025 meeting minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. April 3rd. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's, how's Joe in there? Is he a member on that one too? Oh,
Right.
okay. Yeah, I make a motion to approve the minutes for Thursday, April 3rd, 25.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Do adjourn.
Any correspondence?
No.
No? What a shame. Committee assignments.
Two of you to go to the ZAC committee, and we need one to go to Master Plan Implementation Committee.
I am already on the master plan committee, selectman's rep.
Okay, so we still need one more?
No, we only needed one for the implementation.
So do we still need one from the zoning board?
Anybody want it?
You need two members for Zach.
It's the Master
He'd be good for the
Implementation Committee, okay? Actually, Paul Monzioni's on it and a few others.
He's on it, and yeah, so we're already, you only needed one member for the master. The other one is Zach. You need two members for Zach.
Yep. We could use you on the ZAC committee.
Use my Zach, we can put that follow.
Zoning
It's a zoning amendment.
It's a
committee.
zoning and amendment committee.
So when
Yeah.
cases come up and they have issues
Yeah.
like they do tonight, we look back and say, oh, why does it say width there and it doesn't say width over there?
Yeah.
It's kind of
This is when you
interesting.
can get width off the,
Not bad when you first start.
off the list, so we never have to deal with the issue.
Because it
like
might-
that. When you look, then it gets old. And then
The ZAC committee is just,
It's not bad for your second.
it's.
You can get real with it. Bottom line is, it's not bad as long as it's not me.
I know, I was on it enough times too.
Supposed to vote for the March vote meeting. And when you go to vote, it's all of the zoning amendments usually on the ballot that you've seen, probably if you voted. They'll end up.
From the frying pan to the fire.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
I mean, I think I'm tired. All in favor?
Aye.
Holy moly. I'm getting punch drunk. I know it. If I needed to follow these notes.